For August 18, 2020. And as chair of the Kingston Planning Board, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with the governor's emergency order number 12, pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. Please note that there is no physical location to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting, which was authorized pursuant to the governor's emergency order. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that we are utilizing the Zoom platform for this electronic meeting. All members of the planning board have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through this platform, and the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in this meeting through dialing the following phone number, which is 1-929-205-6099, and using the password 459319, or by clicking on the website that is on the second page of the agenda, which can be found on Kingston's homepage in the planning board section, and that would be kingstонh.org to find that. We previously gave notice to the public of the necessary information for accessing the meeting, including how to access the meeting using Zoom or telephonically. Instructions have also been provided on the website of the planning board, and it's that same one, kingstondnh.org, and going into the planning board's page. If anybody has a problem, we would ask you to call. And Ellen, what phone number do we want to use?
They want to email us at pb@kingstondnh.org, or they can call the planning board number, which will come to this email address, which is 642-3342 extension 6. And any message they leave will show up on the email.
Okay, thank you. And in the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. Please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. So we'll begin the meeting by taking roll call attendance. And when each member states their presence, please also state whether there is anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is required under the right to know law. Okay, so Ellen, if you could run through the roll and we'll do that part.
Sure. Glenn Kopelman.
Present, and I'm here by myself.
Peter Coffin.
I present and alone.
Lynn Merrill.
Present and alone.
Richard Wilson.
Present and alone.
Robin Duguay.
Present and alone.
And Ellen Faulkner, present and alone.
Okay, so you'll note that we're short 2 regular members. Peter Bakey and Chris Bashaw are not available for this meeting. So, and we have one alternate with us, and that's Ellen. So Ellen will be filling in as a voting member. That leaves us one short of a full board. So we will have 6 voting members instead of our usual 7. But it is a quorum. It's more than a quorum, so we have all we need to conduct business. All right, and I identified myself as chair. Lynn Merrill is our vice chair. Okay. All right. So we have, as you know, planning board, we have a very overfull agenda tonight, so we will do our best to move through it. I would assume that we'll be taking a break at some point in here, but we'll do that as it works best. Okay. So we're a little bit ahead of schedule for the time on the first hearing. Maybe we could dispense with just a couple of correspondence items, Ellen, maybe the budget.
Sure.
I know that Ellen did a draft of the budget. Did that go out to everybody?
No, we decided that since we were talking a lot tonight, we'd
There
send it
you
out tomorrow.
Yep, okay. So you're going to be getting a copy of the proposed budget, which we can discuss at our next meeting. We thought that because of the full agenda tonight, it would be best to do it at the next meeting. But Richard, that does mean that we won't be getting the budget to the select board until after our next meeting, which is into September.
Okay.
Uh,
I think
hasn't
we can bring the department heads in to talk about the budget.
I'm sorry, say again?
They're going to bring department heads in to talk about the budget
Okay,
before it goes to the budget committee.
okay. All right.
If I can, Glenn, this is also so anyone who has anything they want to add, talk about, whatever, you'll have time to think about it. Look at what the budget is proposed. You'll see there's a decent increase in certain items due to anything we may need for some of the larger developments and proposals that may be coming up next year. So look at it, see what you think, but at the next meeting, it'll be time to do changes, amendments, additions, whatever you need. So I'll send that out.
You know what your increase was?
8% overall.
Oh,
Well, but a
Well-
lot of it's gonna be for things that's gonna bring money in,
that's going to be offset.
so.
Yeah, a large part of it is offset by revenue, so it's just that we need to account for it in the budget.
Right.
We won't talk about these right now, but I just want to alert you to the fact that Richard has two things from the select board meeting that he's going to want to discuss with us. And so that, I have a note on that, Richard, so you'll be doing that. And we do have two auto dealer related items that we'll have to deal with at the end of the meeting as well. A retail dealer license and an auto inspection station, both for the same business, which is moving from one site to another. So it's, and Glenn, I don't know if you are going to have an update for us, if you happen to know what the compliance on the sites is of the new site, but
Yeah, I've done a drive-by of the site, so.
okay, so you'll be able to input on that?
Mhm.
Okay. All right. Okay. I think that in the, for the sake of time and the length of the meeting, we'll get started with the first hearing. If we get folks who happen to join in and we have to rehash anything a little bit, we can do that. Let me introduce the first hearing. It is for Bresnahan Moving and Storage at 7 Marshall Road, tax map R41 lot 7-2. The legal notice reads that the applicant has submitted an amended site plan seeking approval for revisions to the previously approved site plan in regard to buffering and landscaping. We had continued this, and then at the request of the applicant, we had a couple of requests for continuances, and so we're here tonight. And those requests for continuance included the authorization to be extending the time clock on those. So we should be all set with that in that regard. And it looks as though we have Mr. Bresnahan with us, we have Mr. Zilch, the engineer, we have Mr. McKittrick, legal counsel. Is there anyone else here for the applicant on this hearing? I see we have one abutter here. I also have some comments to read when we get to that part of the discussion, but for the start, Charlie, are you going to be speaking on behalf of the?
Sure, I could introduce it, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, why don't we start there?
Okay, so I can take it everybody can hear me okay?
Yes.
Good. Charlie Zilch from SCC and Associates. I'm here with Attorney McKittrick on behalf of Joe Bresnahan. This is for his self-storage facility, as you mentioned, currently under construction at 7 Marshall Road and Route 125. It's an application for an amendment to his approved site plan for buffering and landscaping only. As you know, there was some overzealous tree cutting out there, I've been working through the various boards and trying to rectify the situation. So since we had last met in February, we were basically tasked with working out a restoration plan, and that was to be determined by our wetlands and soil consultant, Mike Seecamp, working with the board-appointed consultants, Mike Cuomo from Rockingham Conservation, soil and wetland scientist, as well as with Greg Jordan, the town forester. And so I'm happy to report that those three were able to accomplish what we'd asked them to do. And they prepared a letter outlining the restoration, signed by all three of them. That was forwarded to the planning board. I think that was in early March, March 11th, sometime right around there. So the plans before you that you've had in your possession for a while reflect the incorporation of all those comments as requested and as noted by the three consultants. So I don't really think there's anything left here for us to do. Everybody seems to be on board with what we put together in the plan set. I know we initially had a plan before you that had about 100 additional trees to be planted. Now we're upwards of 160, 162. Also going to be doing some restoration in some of the vernal pool buffering areas, adding some enhanced environment areas in there, and also incorporating some of their recommendations for watering and ensuring a healthy tree supply for over the next couple of years. So you do have that report. I don't know if you want to read that into the record, but as I said, pretty much everything in that report is on this plan set for the board's consideration.
Okay, thanks, Charlie. Do all the board members have a copy of this report from Seecamp Environmental Consulting, which is signed by the three individuals, Michael Seecamp, Michael Cuomo for RCCD, and Greg Jordan for the county forester? Did everyone get a copy of that? Does anyone feel that we need to read this into the record?
No, I think we can reference it in making a motion.
Okay, just so we've got the dates correct.
It's March 11th.
The date of that signed document is March 11, 2020. And we should also have a reference to which plan we're talking about. So Charlie, do you have a current reference?
The latest plan revision date matches that date as well, March 11th.
Okay, so the plan is also March 11th.
It is.
Okay. All right. Glenn and I know Glenn, you made some comments in your comment sheet, and Dennis, I don't know if you had something on this.
My last comments were in December, which talked about restoration of the buffer zone based on the zoning ordinance landscape buffer requirements, which winds up being a little bit more trees than what's proposed, but a density that would be similar to what the landscaping buffer requirements are in the zoning ordinance. So I didn't bother doing any other comments for this meeting.
Okay, thank you. Glenn, would you like to review yours?
Yeah, my comments were that it seemed to me that the applicant had met the request of the planning board to work with the two environmental professionals that we had asked to look at the property. That process resulted in the letter that the board has had before them since March. And the only other statement I had was that it may be something for the board to consider a landscaping bond to ensure that the trees make it through 2 seasons or something. We don't often do landscaping bonds. I think the last one we did was a site plan on 125 about 3 years ago, or maybe even 4 years ago. Of course, with my recollection of time, 4 years could be 8 years. So I'm not sure. It's been a while, but we have done that in the past, and it could be something that the board wants to consider here.
Well, and it would go along with the last item on the Seecamp report that's been signed off on. talking about the monitoring reports provided to the board immediately after planting, and then follow-up monitoring for 2 years. So obviously, someone's going to have to do that monitoring. So there needs to be money somewhere, somehow, to pay for that monitoring.
Might I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
Honestly, I'd like to offer up Mike Seecamp, who's willing to be oversee the site and make sure that the plantings are successful. Joe will have to keep money in an engineering review account to take care of Mike's work out there and to make sure that he files the reports and everything gets done on time. Joe's going to have to spend a good amount of money to buy these trees. And again, we're looking at 162 trees of mixed variety here. So I'd like to see him actually spend the money on those trees and keep just enough money in the coffer for making sure that Mike Seecamp gets out there and files the report and follows up and makes sure that we have a fairly high success rate with this. Just my thought.
Well, I think that's a reasonable suggestion. I don't know what the rest of the board thinks.
I like that thought. I think that Joe has done everything that we've asked him to do to come back and present us with a good plan.
Helen?
I think that there should be timelines included in this, and so that it doesn't extend out for any period of time. For example, give them until next October to get all the trees planted. That gives them several planting seasons to make sure it gets done. Which then, based on the date that the trees are completed, to give them another 13 months to have that yearly review, and another 13 months after that to do the other yearly review. And I just think the board and the town and the applicant and the property owner all needs guidelines to know what the board and the town's going to expect to get these things done and accomplished. I think that gives them plenty of time. I'm not trying to shorten the window. If someone thinks that's not enough time, they should say so. But I was trying to give them this year's planting season, next spring's planting season, and next fall's planting season, depending on how long it might take under environmental conditions to get the trees planted and the wetlands restored with the logs and all that stuff. So I just think that it shouldn't just be, yeah, you have to do this. Everybody should know when it should need to be done and when the next reviews are going to be. So it's not a surprise to anyone.
Well, that's doable, I would think. Charlie, had you thought about perhaps something like that?
I think that's entirely reasonable. The other thing I was thinking too is that I would imagine Joe has probably wanted to get this all done in one fell swoop. There's savings in having it all done at one time. And then that'll start his timeline fairly quickly of the 2-year monitoring. So I don't know if Attorney McKittrick has any thoughts on it, but I'm amenable to either or situations. Honestly, I think he's probably just going to put it in all at one time and get it done.
And that certainly leaves that up to Mr. Bresnahan, but it doesn't mean that, say something came up in the fall and the weather conditions weren't suitable, it's not going to slap him because he couldn't do something. It gives him a whole other year for when it is good for him. But whatever, we can set earlier dates, but I just thought that way everybody knows what is expected of everybody and no one can accuse anyone of not doing something within a correct timeline. It's right out there for everyone. I thought it was reasonable.
Okay, well, maybe I have a couple of things that I have to read. One from the Conservation Commission and one from not a direct abutter, but from an interested party in the area. She happens to be also with us on the line. Why don't I get those onto the record, and the applicant perhaps can be thinking about what you'd like to propose for a timeline. So we have a note from Conservation Commission dated June 12 of this year. It says the Conservation Commission approves of the new site plan dated March 11, 2020, brought forward to remediate the overcut of the buffer areas around the vernal pools 1, 2, 3, and 4. As this was an exceptionally egregious overcut, we would like to continue to be in the loop as the planning board appoints a consultant for the restoration work and reviews periodic reports to ensure success of the plantings. And it's signed Evelyn Nathan, Chair of Kingston Conservation Commission. So, I mean, it makes sense for Conservation Commission to be kept in the loop on that. So I would hope that we would do that. The other is a letter that was received way back when we were going through this process early on before we started getting into the continuances. It's dated February 17th, and it's a very long letter from Ms. Kenter, and she's on the line. I'd almost rather her read this unless she doesn't want to, then I will read it into the record. All right, I guess I'm reading it into the record.
So Glenn, I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me.
Ah, well then, I guess you can't do it then.
Sorry.
Okay. So it's dated February 17. Oh, and I guess this means that I've sort of opened this up to public comment because this is a public comment piece. So
Glenn, we do have a comment from Andrea that says the amended restoration plan specifically addresses the replantings. Is there any plan to assess / monitor the health of the vernal pool habitats that have been compromised?
Charlie, do you know if that was addressed as part of the CCAMP proposal?
It was, and just want to remind everybody that we didn't actually disturb a vernal pool or any wetland, just some of the outer limits of the forested areas that were around them. And so the three consultants, one of their concerns were not just what's a good mix of healthy tree growth to bring back into this, but also what works to ensure the health and the habitat of the vernal pools. And so that's all incorporated into this plan as well as that letter that was submitted. So that's all has been considered, and that's what this plan indicates.
Okay, thanks. All right, with the board's permission, then I'm going to go ahead and read this letter. As I said, it's fairly long, so settle in. It's regarding the application we're talking about, and it's addressed to this board. And as I said, it's from Andrea Kenter on Marshall Road. It reads, I am not a direct abutter to the above referenced property. However, as a neighbor to the current project and someone who is affected by it on a daily basis, I am writing to provide my observations and displeasure at the state of the site work. Now again, this was back on February 17th, so I don't know how much might have changed in between, but I'm just going to go ahead and read this through. Due to a weekly commitment on Tuesday evenings, I have been unable to attend planning board meetings and regret not being able to provide this information in person. This letter serves to provide public commentary on the current status of the Bresnahan Moving and Storage Project and does not request specific actions be taken by the board. Consistent with much of the recent public opinion regarding the Bresnahan project, I concur with many of my town peers that this is not a welcomed addition to the Kingston Route 125 corridor and is in fact a blemish on our landscape. While I can respect the ability of an owner to develop a parcel to his or her economic benefit, I do take issue with the owner's blatant disregard of the conditions stipulated in his site approval. The immediate issue with the board is attempting to resolve, which the board is attempting to resolve, and the focus of tonight's meeting is associated with a significant clear cut of the land. Due to an inability to successfully manage the site work completed to date, the owner applicant for this project has had an immediate effect on myself and others proximate to the project. Short-term effects of the improper site work have included the following. One, power was lost to my home at 23 Marshall Road and many others in the vicinity of the site for several hours last summer when one of the remaining trees left standing along the eastern property boundary fell onto power lines adjacent to Route 125 and a disruption to our electrical service occurred. Two, I bored 2 horses next door to my home at 19 Marshall Road. Due to the extensive clear cut and current lack of vegetative buffer between Bresnahan property and the paddocks used by my equines, large tree limbs have fallen into the paddocks during high winds, causing property damage to paddock fencing. Myself, my son, and my 81-year-old neighbor spent several days with a chainsaw and machinery, clearing a very large pine limb that smashed all 3 rails of a 12-foot section of vinyl fencing. One of the limbs was cleared, repairs were necessary. I'm sorry, once the limb was cleared, repairs were necessary to make the paddock usable once again. Fencing in a second paddock was also broken by limbs that now fall due to the lack of an adequate windbreak between the 2 properties. And there are a couple of pictures of that in here. And the last bullet item, an objectionable result of the clear-cut activities is now an unobstructed view from my property to the constant stream of vehicular traffic and headlights traveling on Route 125 since the significant loss of hardwoods that once provided adequate screening. Perhaps more disturbing is that despite input from Kingston Conservation Commission prior to implementation of Bresnahan's site work, the removal of all vegetation, parentheses, trees, undergrowth, roots, many stumps, etc., close parentheses, has occurred within established protective buffer zones to sensitive areas such as the vernal pools that were delineated on the property. Having personally witnessed the destruction of these critical habitats on the neighboring King's Landing residential property, I have little faith that these sensitive areas will recover from the significant earthwork that has occurred with the Bresnahan project. Successful development requires careful planning and implementation, and it is apparent that the Bresnahan project has had neither. And this is signed respectfully, Andrea W. Kenter. And as I said, this is dated February 17th of this year. So those are the two written comments we had. Are there any other abutters or public members wishing to make comment during this public comment period? Okay, there being none, then I will close public comment for this application and turn it back to the board for how they wish to proceed.
First, I think we should decide on the timeline. I think Ellen had a well thought out proposal there, and so I'm willing to put that in the stipulation since it's not in the CCAMP letter. But otherwise, the other thing that has to be decided is the choice of the assignment of a restoration and oversight person that Mike Como had put in that letter, and I'm perfectly willing to use Mr. Seacamp as an approved soil scientist to do that. And I think that all those stipulations in the letter need to be included in the approval, since things like the logs and stump placement, a recommendation, and all the monitoring.
Well, I don't know if you're working your way up to a motion, Peter, but you could certainly include the CCAMP letter of
Right.
March 11, which has 3 signatures on it. You could make that part of whatever motion you might make.
Okay, well, I think I will then move that we accept the.
Can I stop you for 1 second?
Yeah.
Is the board, because I think it should be part of the motion, so I think the board needs to determine whether or not a landscape bond is going to be required.
Right. Yeah.
So if the board wants to do that, it should be part of the motion. If the board doesn't, then you can skip that part. So
I was assuming that whoever was going to do the motion would include that too, but we could
Okay.
discuss that separately and make that decision separately. And
doesn't have to be separate. I just hadn't heard from the board whether the board in general was in favor of it, in which case Peter could go right ahead.
Yeah, no, I think that there's a general consensus, since Charlie did mention of a certain amount that be put aside for like Seacamp's work. The addition of a certain amount to be put in reserve to pay for replacement of trees that didn't make it, I think also needs to be added. And I think I'd go to Dennis perhaps to, since he's been implementing bond proposals for a while, see if we can come up with a number that would would cover those services and and perhaps an additional amount for replacement of trees and the work to do it.
Dennis, do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, it's going to be a significant amount of money to buy the trees and plant them. So obviously that's a big chunk of change. At the same token, to plant these trees, they're probably $200 or $300 a piece. And planting them, you're talking $40,000 to $50,000 of money. That's an awful lot of money to be putting into a bond. In a case like this, typically you do bond the full amount. In this case, it's up to the board, but I think something less should be accepted as not only money for replacement of trees, but also an incentive to do the tree, get the trees planted, all of them planted, and make sure that there is some success of the trees, and then therefore the bond can be extinguished after the success of all the trees. So I don't know what the board figures is something reasonable, but it should be significant enough to be able to say that the work needs to be done and done right away. And whether it's done within months or a year, what happens if it isn't done within a year? What's the ramifications of the board? So I don't know what more to say about that.
Okay. Glenn, do you have any thoughts?
Well, I think that as long as Dennis is willing, that he and Mr. Bresnahan's landscape person could come up with an appropriate bond estimate. I don't think it's something that we should try to establish this evening. I think the planning board should be comfortable knowing that the request that's being made is that some amount of insurance needs to be put into a bond to ensure that there is the ability to take care of plants that don't make it through the growing seasons that occur in accomplishing this revegetation.
And would you anticipate that to be separate from some escrow money that would cover Mr. Seecamp's work, for instance?
It could be, but if as long as we had an understanding of what the values were of the two functions, they could be together.
Okay.
I don't think that doesn't create a bookkeeping issue, I don't believe, for the town, as long as the values are stated when the escrow account is established.
Okay. So that could be included as part of the motion, the actual amounts to be worked out between Dennis and
Orly.
Mr. Seecamp or Mr. Zilch, or
Fine.
maybe those three individuals.
Is that going to be a landscape bond and an escrow account?
Yes, I think it should be called that.
A comment on that. If we're going to monitor the trees for 2 to 3 years, he's going to put up a significant amount of money in a bond. I think the person doing the monitoring should be allowed to reduce the bond accordingly once the trees have, definitely started growth and he knows they're going to make it. So we're not holding that whole amount the whole time, to let him tier it off as needed. Like if in a year he says half the trees have definitely rooted and are doing great, then we should be able to reduce that, not to hold the money in excess.
based on his recommendation to the
based
board.
on his recommendation.
Yeah, he wouldn't reduce the bond amount, but he recommended.
Well, I would assume that as the monitoring person does their work and puts in billable hours, they would submit a request to the town to get paid, and that would then,
Right.
the board would then authorize that to be taken from the bond/escrow.
Is Mr. Seecamp working for the board or working for Mr. Bresnahan?
I think at this point, he would become the, be working for the planning board
I agree.
as a consultant for the board.
In which case, when we're gonna reduce the bond, we need his recommendation and the town engineers sign off on it, and then the board of selectmen would have to sign off on it.
Yes.
So that's your control, is the fact that he put in a recommendation and request to the planning board to reduce that, and the board would either have the town engineer sign off on it, or if he was not comfortable with that, you could get somebody else to do an additional review if you felt necessary. But my point is there are checks and balances along the way, so it shouldn't be a problem to get some of it released in stages.
Okay,
Therefore, I make a motion that we approve the site plan for Bresnahan Moving and Storage contingent upon following the Seecamp Environmental Consulting, Inc. letter of March 11th, 2020 recommendations. All plantings to be completed by October 31st, 2021, and follow-up monitoring to be conducted with a review on October of 2022 to see if any adjustments are recommended due to plant mortality, and a final review in October of 2023. A landscape bond and escrow account will be required with an amount established by the town engineer and Michael Seecamp. The monitor will recommend to the selectmen reductions to the bond as appropriate.
Can I make one suggestion as a correction for that? It's fine if the board wants to use Mr. Seecamp, but if you use that in the motion, and Mr. Seecamp can't do it or gets ill,
Yeah.
then you're in trouble. So you should just say a
Seecamp
consultant is
environmental.
approved by the, yeah, or a consultant is approved by the board, and then it can just be Mr. Seecamp. But if you specify him, then you're limited to him.
And I will
If
second.
he's not available, we'd have to have another meeting where we take
I
any.
will second that motion as altered.
all right, so we have a motion by Lynn Merrill, second by Richard Wilson. Further discussion? Did we capture everything in there that we needed to?
I tried.
Yeah, well, I know.
I think so, yeah. You could refer to the plan date as being also March 11th.
Oh,
Restoration plan of March 11th, 2020. But then the important part is that it incorporates all the recommendations of the letter of March 11th.
yeah, I think it's important that we, in addition to referencing the Seecamp agreement, the agreement of March 11, that it's based on the site plan as of the same date.
I'll take that as a friendly amendment.
Okay.
Me too.
Dennis?
All right. Dennis?
We're still in discussion, right? So.
We are.
So a couple of things. Would an as-built plan be necessary to make sure that it complies with the plan that's being approved? And the other thing I had on one of my comments was that additional paving should be shown on the plan on the ends of building 3, which it doesn't show, but there is paving on the end of the building. So there is an edit that needs to be made to the plan. But I'm just wondering if an as-built plan needs to be done once the trees are planted to be able to verify they were put in the same place that they were proposed to be put in.
That's a good idea.
Any other thoughts from the board on this?
Did
Glenn?
we actually add in the need for the landscaping bond and escrow account in the motion?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
Okay,
Amount to be determined.
yes, I'm sorry. I have that at the end of the other, so thank you.
Glenn, Dennis's suggestion of the as-built?
There would be benefit to the town of having an as-built plan.
Other thoughts from the board on that?
Yeah, I think it should be clear that requiring an as-built plan is not blanket permission to build what you want and then produce an as-built plan. We had another person whose idea was that it doesn't matter what we put on the plan. We'll give it an as-built when we're done. So I think,
Well,
just make sure that, the whole area doesn't get paved. The as-built will show any minor differences between the original plan and what was done. And also the planting scheme once they're in the ground.
Well, it would be a double check against the plan that we're approving here.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, you could compare the as-built to the March 11 plan that's submitted that this is being based on, and presumably they should look very much the same.
So are we requiring an as-built plan that complies with this conditional approval?
Well, the motioner hasn't said anything yet, so I don't know.
Would that be?
Can I ask a question? Would it be okay to ask a question at this point?
Yes, Charlie.
Just as far as the as-built plan, I understand what Dennis is thinking here. The trees, they're not an exact science as to where they're going to go. I mean, we're showing groupings of trees. I don't mind going out afterwards with Mr. Seacamp and showing where the trees were planted in a general sense. I don't think Dennis is looking for an exact location of each individual tree. I just want to be clear. I mean,
My feeling is that I'm not thinking of building a watch, Charlie, here either.
right.
But I think that it's important that the trees get planted in the general area where they're supposed to. And if I'm going to be involved, or anybody in my capacity is involved in an inspection process, it's not very pleasant to get into a situation where it becomes a debate as whether 10 trees were planted not in the right place, that they were 10 or 20 feet in the wrong location. And I just don't want to get into a debate later on. I'd like to be able to think that the trees get planted where they're supposed to be planted.
Okay. All right. I think I understand what you're looking for then. That's fine.
I'm assuming that the as-built would look very similar to the plan that you've got, Charlie, which shows the general areas of where these trees are going.
Yeah.
That's fine.
I think the other thing that Dennis brought up, and that was about the paving, that will not show up in the March 11th, 2020 plan. It does not have that detail. That's from an earlier plan. And so the question here is whether the as-built is just for the restoration plan, March 11th plan, or if it was also an as-built plan for the entire project showing building, location, paving, and any structures and signs and whatever. And I think probably
Should show any changes.
Changes, yeah. It doesn't have to be a complete plan set, but it should show any changes from the original plan set that were required during constructions.
So my question is, Dennis, when would you think that the as-built plan would be finished? When would they do the plan? After the plantings are done?
After the
Or after the
plantings,
project
yeah.
is completed?
No, after the plantings are done, and the trees at that point in time should be alive and stable. And if there's a few that die, I would assume they'd be replaced in the same location. So I think the as-built plan would be fine to be developed as soon as the planting is over with. I mean, that's my opinion.
So in that case, I would amend my motion to say an as-built plan will be presented to the board on or before October 31st, 2021.
And I'm fine with that as a second.
Okay, so we have another amendment to that motion. Any
Just want to keep Ellen on her toes.
I appreciate it, thanks.
further discussion? Any other items that the board thinks we need in here? And I'm assuming you are going to be ready for the vote.
I have one quick question, only because it always comes up. It shouldn't be an issue based on everything that everyone's saying, but what happens if, say, all the trees die? We have to do this an extra year. Do we add in something that should the landscaping bond need to be added to it? You know, it's something the property owner's responsibility to do that? Or are we just going to assume everything's great? Sometimes comes up, so I thought I have a note to ask.
Well,
I don't know.
Lynn, you made the motion. What do you think?
I don't think that's necessary.
That's great. I just have a note to ask, not, I don't care one way or the other.
I guess you just, if we have a severe drought, it's not only going to be this property, but it's going to be every property in town that's going to have a problem. If we have a hurricane, if whatever, the microburst goes through, it's going to be everybody's property, not just this one. So I think it's really not necessary.
We have a question, if the board wants, from one of the public that says, does the board require proof of purchase or a receipt for the plantings, or at a minimum, a list of species and number of each planted?
Well, the
Identify the
CCAMP letter does list a variety of species that they felt were appropriate. It doesn't say how many of each, but I think that's I don't understand the bit about requiring a proof of purchase, because obviously somebody have to buy them. They're not going to go and dig them out of the woods. But the species are listed in that letter and in the earlier recommendations from back in February. So I think we're fairly well covered on that one. Anybody else?
And it does leave some flexibility depending on site conditions and so forth. But all the three individuals who signed the agreement, the experts in this case, came up with an agreed upon list of species, but left enough flexibility so that during the planting process, it could be worked out as needed. All right, Ellen, it looks as though we've lost Glenn. Do you know what happened?
Yeah, no, I saw him leave, and I'm going to send him an email. He said he'd been having some trouble before.
Okay.
So I'm going to send him something to see what's going on.
Okay. All right. Okay, so we were in further discussion, and I think I was just about ready to ask for a roll call on that vote.
Oh,
So Ellen, if you could do that, please.
sure. Glenn Kopelman,
Yes.
Lynn Merrill,
Yes,
Richard Wilson,
Yes.
Robin Duguay,
Yes.
Peter Coffin,
Yes.
Ellen Faulkner. Yes,
Nice change of voice.
yes.
Okay, so that was a unanimous vote. And all right. So the next item on our agenda is also for this same property. And it's an expedited review request for a slight change to the business sign at the south entrance off of Route 125 to the property. And Charlie, did you want to describe that to us? I believe the board received a copy of the plan, but perhaps you could just describe for us.
Yeah, it's really simple. Joe has two entrances on 125, and the original proposal had the main business sign at the northerly entrance. His access, the main access is now going to be the southerly entrance near the office building. And so he simply wanted to relocate the signs. And as we move this along a little bit further, I noticed the original site plan had a proposed business sign at both entrances. So then I submitted to the board just merely flipping the business sign on the south entrance from one side to the other. And I got a call from Glenn Greenwood, who doesn't appear to be with us right now, reminding me that we can't have two signs. So he said, just ask the board to allow us to move the one sign from one side of the roadway to the other side of the proposed roadway on the south side, and then we'll modify the plan and remove the northerly sign. So we're only looking for one business sign on here on the south side of the south entrance, and I'll modify this little plan and get it back up to you guys for your record.
Okay. I did have a little chat with Glenn offline on this, Charlie,
Sure.
and
Looks like
the,
you're back.
There he
what's
is.
that?
Okay, I'm back in.
Oh, you're back in. Okay, good.
Sorry about that, folks.
Okay, Glenn, we were just talking about, Charlie was talking about the observation that in our original approval, there were actually two business signs when in fact the ordinance only allows one.
Yes, that
So-
is exactly what the zoning ordinance says.
Right. So unless, since the applicant doesn't have a variance for that, there's no way that we can legally approve it. So so that the plan will the one that's been submitted to show the relocation of the southerly entrance sign will also show a removal of the northerly entrance business sign. And the other, I was starting to say, Charlie, that because the original approval shows that sign, there was a question of whether it would be wise perhaps to record this one sheet as part of it, just to memorialize the removal of that.
Yeah, that's fine. We could certainly do that. And like I said, I'll modify this plan just to show the northerly sign to be eliminated altogether.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so Glenn, I know you had some comments here. We need to do jurisdiction on this, do we not?
You do. Well, it's an expedited plan.
Right.
So all you need to do is discuss it at a legally noticed meeting. We've gone above and beyond that, but if you invoke jurisdiction, that's fine.
Are you saying we don't have to vote on it?
I'm saying that you don't have to invoke jurisdiction, but
That's fine. That's fine. All right. Questions from the board? Ellen?
I
Yeah.
don't have the plan in front of me, so I apologize for that, but if Charlie has to amend this plan anyway, does this plan also show that building with the extra pavement Dennis was talking about?
No.
Okay, never
Oh,
mind.
it's real simple.
It's a subset just showing the
I
two
saw the
entrances.
little,
Yeah.
thing, I didn't know if that was what was being recorded, so, okay.
Yeah.
I make a motion, we approve the sign relocation
As proposed.
as proposed.
I'll second that motion. And why can't he show the sign relocation in his as-built drawing?
Because that's the, if you mean in addition to this,
Right.
well, you could.
Well, the as-built drawing is really only deals with the plantings.
Okay. All right. Just a question, but I'll second the motion.
All right, so motion by Lynn, second by Richard.
Do we have to
And-
include that the other sign's being removed in the motion, or is that just a given?
Yeah, no, I was going to say, I think there are two things that I'd like the motioner to consider, and that is that per the discussion, that the plan will show removal of the north business sign, and
Yeah, I've
also
got it.
that the plan will be recorded.
Yeah, I'm looking at the expedited site plan right now, and on the northern entrance that says proposed business sign, quote, to remain, unquote.
Right,
So
so that
it-
needs that needs to
that needs
go.
to
Yeah, I'll change that to be removed.
be removed. Yeah, that's a big difference, because when I looked at that, I thought, oh, that's kind of odd. And the other question I had was, we didn't get any feedback from the state or from Chief Briggs or anything on this, did we?
There were no comments from anybody on this one.
Right, and yeah, so I can't imagine it would make any difference for them.
The southern location is better for site distance.
Right, definitely.
And the sign is proposed within the property boundaries.
Yeah, and so it's too far north to be an issue with the new proposal of the new traffic control system to the south of there for 107, 125 that might take effect eventually. So I don't think that'll affect you. So I don't see any problem with it.
Great.
All right. I did jump the gun a little bit on this. I did not ask for public comment, and I should have done that. So before we vote, if there's any public comment, now is the time. All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment. Back to the motion. All right, Lynn, did you modify that motion?
I did not, but I will add to that motion and show the removal of the sign at the northern entrance.
And
Show the
Richard, you're
removal of,
and that the plan will be recorded?
and that the plan will be recorded.
Second.
Okay. Further discussion? All right, Ellen, if you could call the roll, please.
Sure. Glenn Copeland,
Yes?
Lynn Merrill,
Yes,
Richard Wilson,
Yes.
Peter Coffin,
Yes.
Robin DeGuay,
Yes.
Ellen Faulkner.
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you all. All right, the next application is everyone okay if we move on to this next one and then maybe take a quick break after this one?
Yes.
yes.
All right, Fieldstone Industrial Park, and I need to just swivel around here and find that particular pile. And okay, the legal notice for this hearing reads, Fieldstone Industrial Park, 34 Route 125, tax map R2, lot 13. And this is a continuation of site plan review and subdivision for, oh, I'm sorry, the site plan is a continuation. The subdivision part of it is actually a new component to the application. The proposed site plan and subdivision is to construct 3 6-condominium unit commercial buildings, 12,000 square feet each, with supporting infrastructure. The existing parcel is undeveloped with gravel processing areas. Okay, who is speaking on behalf of this application?
That would be me, Mr. Chair, Doug McGuire with the debate group.
Okay, and could you introduce other folks who might be here with you for this application?
Yes, the owner, John Wilder, is also with us on the Zoom.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, Doug, why don't we turn it over to you to do a review for us of where we are with this? Sure.
Well, I think at our last meeting that we had, I believe it was in early June, we made some pretty good progress with the site plan application. And in the time that we had been away from you guys, I have been able to revise our plans and provide an updated response letter to some of Mr. Quintel's remaining comments. And so I feel that we're in pretty good shape with regards to those. The main reason for the delay was because Mr. Wilder has decided that instead of owning these, he's been gaining a lot of interest in this property and what he's proposing to do here. And so there's been interest for potential ownership of different parties. And so he has elected to propose a condominium of the units to allow for individual ownership and sale of some of the units as he moves forward. So that had no impact whatsoever on the proposed layout of the site plan. We submitted a subdivision application along with a 1-sheet condominium subdivision plan, which if the board would like, I can share that remotely.
Sure.
Okay. Let me just pull that up. So as I said, nothing too exciting here. The main piece that this plan takes care of is just clarifying the units, discussing the common area and limited common area. In this case, the limited common area would include a 25 by 25 area directly adjacent to the doors of each unit. And that was pretty much what we were planning to do anyway. It's just now that would be clarified as a limited common area. So that way one user isn't potentially blocking an access of another. We also had some external storage areas, and this was one of the items that Mr. Quintel brought up in his original review as to whether, that was going to be there. It should be shown on the plan. Well, it's now not only shown on the plan, but also clarified in the condominium plan that this would be a limited common area broken up by unit for the benefit of this first building. So basically that's about all we have to show on this. As I said, nothing else changed on the site plan itself. We did submit, as required, condominium documents for review by the town, and those were submitted as part of this application. So I think where we stand now is, obviously this is the first you're seeing of the condominium, but really that's just kind of a technicality on the ownership status of how this is going to move forward. And then you have already seen the site plan. I can certainly refresh memory on that if there's any outstanding items of concern, but I think we've been able to address most of those items in our last round with staff.
Okay. Do you want to just do just show the site plan quickly
Sure.
before we get into comments?
Absolutely. Okay. Can you guys see the site plan?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just wanted to double check. So this is our updated site plan with which reflected some minor revisions based on staff and engineering review. Essentially, there really wasn't much in the way of design changes. It was really more some clarifications. We did provide, I think the biggest item maybe that was recommended was the establishment of monitoring wells in accordance with your regulations. We have added those to the plan. So we're now showing a proposed testing well here and a testing well here. And then we also added the notations on the site plan based on that criteria. So again, grading hasn't changed. We've been working along with Comcast in this time. Mr. Wilder's attorney has been going back and forth in establishing the easement. We've made some minor edits to access of their utilities and whatnot to satisfy any items of concern that they had. But that is I understand, as a document that's imminent to be officially acquired by Mr. Wilder. And we had talked about last time the landscaping, and there was some discussion that obviously this site really doesn't fit the mold of a standard commercial development, being that it's contractor bays that don't have many visitors or customers to access it. It's set back very, very far from a grade standpoint and a physical distance standpoint from the main road. And so we had proposed some perimeter plantings to try to meet the intent as much as possible, but we did request a waiver from going any further as far as additional plantings. And I guess that's pretty much it. I would say, and Glenn can probably speak to this, in this time, I don't believe we were able to lock down a schedule with RCCD on any review of the wetland area. I know that our wetland scientist was making himself available, but I think RCCD just couldn't fit that in the time frame. Obviously, we're confident with the analysis that our wetland scientist did, and I would say that the applicant is hopeful that that isn't going to delay this process any further, if possible.
Oh, okay. Did you say you submitted a waiver on?
We submitted yes, we did submit a waiver request for the landscaping. I do have a digital copy of that. So this was dated June 30th. Respectfully requesting a waiver of Article 904.15B.10 of the site plan review regulations to allow for minimized landscape areas along the outside of the parking areas. The intended use of this site does not require increased curb appeal to encourage customer visitation, and the site itself is set far back or far enough back from the roadway that there doesn't seem to be a need for the additional landscape areas around the parking exterior. So that was our request. And I think if you recall at our last meeting with this board, we did talk about the landscaping, and the takeaway that I received from that is that the board was comfortable based on the fact of the setback that it wouldn't require necessarily additional landscaping than what we're currently proposing, and that there would be potentially support for a waiver. So that's why we've gone that route.
Okay. Thank you, Doug. I hadn't remembered that. I hadn't remembered seeing the waiver request, but fortunately you've got it right there. So that's good. I'm assuming, Ellen, do we have a copy of that? Do you know?
I'm looking for it. He said he sent June 30th.
It's dated June 30.
I believe it was submitted with the package that we submitted.
Did I get it electronically?
Can you, or did you?
Oh, did I?
I'm not sure.
Could
I know the intention was that we were dropping that off along with the revised plans in our response letter. If you need a copy, I can obviously email that right over to you, Ellen.
That would be great if you could do that.
You could just email that to pb@kingstonnH.org.
Because I'm looking for it and I don't see it.
Well, it was certainly intended to be submitted with the
I'm not saying we don't have a hard copy of it. I'm just trying to find it on anything you submitted, and I haven't come across it.
As long as we get it, Doug, that's.
Yeah.
I just sent it over to you, Ellen.
Great, thank you.
Okay. All right.
Yep, I got it.
Okay, so Glenn, I know you have some comments on both parts of this plan, and Dennis, I'm assuming you do as well. So before I go to those, Doug, did you have anything else you wanted to add at this time?
Not at this point. I think I'm happy to answer any additional comments, but I think I had pretty clear direction from the board at our last hearing, and I believe we've addressed the engineering concerns based on our last submission, which I believe I think we submitted that at the early July or middle of July rather. So.
Okay. Okay, Glenn, do you want to go through your comments for us?
Yes. Is there a way for me to not share this?
I can remove that.
Well, we all have a copy of it, Glenn. But I mean, you can
Okay.
share it if you want.
No, that's fine. That's fine. All right. So my comments are broken up in two ways: the condominium plan and the site plan.
We're your neighbors.
What's going on?
There's some background activity happening, but go ahead, Glenn.
Okay. So I have for the comments on the condominium plan. The condominium plan is very basic. It details the limited common areas for the units involved, and the plan should clearly delineate the common areas and features of the plan. The condominium plan should detail the wells and the septic systems on site and clarify if these are to be located in limited common areas associated with units or in common areas outlined for use by all units. The condominium documents must include a section that states amendments to the condominium documents must be approved by the Town of Kingston Planning Board. The condominium documents do actually have a very clear and concise description of the septic system and the well and the stormwater management functions all being common. I just think it would be nice that the condominium plan shows that information as well, because it is well detailed in the condominium documents. For the site plan review, the biggest issue is issue number 1, and that's the planning board required at the last hearing for a third-party consultant to verify the wetland buffer setback distance. The plan establishes a 35-foot setback, which I now think shows as a 25-foot setback. So we might need to talk about that. But I want to go on record as saying I contacted RCCD to do a third-party review. It has not been completed yet, and it is my responsibility because I did not get to them until the very end of July. So the fact that that has not occurred is the burden is upon me. I waited too long to contact RCCD. And I want that to be very clear as we go about having the discussion this evening. When I had a chance to speak with Doug on another application, I asked him how that action was proceeding, and he said that he hadn't had any contact at all with RCCD. So I did call them. They told me that they had lost the request. I resubmitted the request and have been told that they would act on it immediately, but they have not done it at this point. So that's something that the board needs to consider as we have these discussions. The plan needs to include design information for the on-site septic systems. I believe that Doug has been working on those. The applicant, the plan needs to either detail the parking requirements found in the site plan review regulations or require a waiver from the planning board for the lesser parking spaces proposed according to the use of the buildings. The applicant has received a lengthy list of items necessary for the alteration of terrain permit. Perhaps an update of the status of this permit could be offered by the design team. And the applicant has secured a temporary easement for accessing the property through the neighboring parcel, that being the one owned by Comcast. And Doug alluded to this, but I asked, can a timeline be offered for securing the final long-term easement? So those are my comments for the plan.
Glenn, going back to the condominium plan, those 3 items, are you indicating that those are not done at this point and need to be modified?
I'm saying that it would be helpful if the condo plan showed the well and the septic systems and the stormwater management devices and clearly showed them as being in common area, because that doesn't show on the plan, but it is very clearly delineated in the condo document.
Okay. All right. Dennis, would you like to weigh in at this point?
Well, when I picked up the plans for this, I got a copy of the condominium site plan, which is that single sheet, but I didn't have any other plans that were updated given to me. And also in my previous comments required changes to the drainage report. And also at the last meeting, there was a waiver for the use of reclaimed asphalt. So that waiver, if the board doesn't have that copy of that waiver, they should. And also, when the plans get approved, any of the waivers need to be put on the final plan. So if you do have a plan that is plan set, that is revised, and a copy of the revised drainage report, I certainly would review that at my earliest convenience.
I guess I'm a little confused because we made a full submission back to the town electronically and via paper. So we were under the impression that those comments were addressed. I mean, we had a review letter dated July 24th with a full revised plan set with revision date dated on the 24th. And so I guess I'm a little confused as to how
Well, for some reason I didn't get it. So, I mean, obviously if it can be available this week, I can get a review as soon as possible. But I mean, you did talk about a bunch of the issues that I did have on my June 15th letter. I just haven't seen the plans yet. So, I mean, for some reason I didn't get them.
Glenn or Ellen, do you know anything about that?
I thought, go ahead, Glenn.
I saw the response letter because he also responded to items from my letter. So I did see that. But the plan set that I believe is the most recent plan set is the one that we posted online for this meeting.
and I didn't see that, Glenn, but I can check to see if that is what plan that I am presenting to you tonight.
Yeah, the one we have got electronically on the July 30th was revised for the town purposes on, I think July, there was earlier in July, and then July 21st was the last revision on it. And that was for New Hampshire DES or something.
Oh, okay, that is the latest then. That is the latest plan that we're working with.
Right. I did not, however, I got the plans, but I did not get it, the response letter. So that didn't come in. I got the electronic plan, but did not get a paper copy. So I'm looking at that. And if you submitted anything to do with the easement for the Comcast, we didn't get that either.
We have not submitted any documentation to the town regarding the easement because that's just been going back and forth between the applicant and Comcast at this point, between their legal staff. But, and I'm sure, John is on the line. He could probably provide you an update more direct from his attorney. But I mean, I've been seeing emails going back and forth all last week and this week, just with little items that they were buttoning up. So, John, do you have any specifics on that? John?
Need microphone.
Your micro.
We can't hear you.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Barely.
Yeah, we should have that within the next week. It'll be complete.
And that's the permanent easement, is that correct?
Yes, yes.
Because I quite frankly, I see that as a major showstopper. Normally, when somebody's applying on behalf of somebody else, like a person who's planning to buy a property, often will get a letter from the owner of the property to say that they're authorized to act as an agent. In this case, you're asking us to approve work on land that you don't own, and we don't have anything from Comcast saying that they're requesting that. And I'm not even sure if because that site work that would be done on that site would have to be requested by the landowner, and it might have to be sent out to abutters. The next property up, for example, would be an abutter to the Comcast property, the next property to the north. So I'm not sure our legal status here, but I'm pretty darn sure we can't approve any site work on a property that the applicant, the owner, hasn't applied to us for, or even has shown a permission or an easement to exist.
I believe that with the work that we're doing, the board could certainly condition that as a condition of their approval.
But right now, we don't even know that any permissions exist at all for this. So, and this is something that's been brought up since the beginning, and we got nothing. So that's I think a real. I don't feel comfortable in voting on anything where the landowner, hasn't even requested it or given authority or approval for the proposal. So I think that's a requirement before we get to an approval stage, personally.
Oh, okay, so that we don't get
Too far off track here.
keep that as an item, Peter.
Right.
Dennis, you brought up an issue about a waiver request for reclaimed asphalt.
Yeah, that was a waiver that was discussed at the last meeting because they proposed to have reclaimed asphalt, and the regulations require 4 inches of typical asphalt. So, I mean, there's a waiver that should be submitted for that. That's up to the board. If they accept reclaimed asphalt to equal what the regulation says, then that's a determination that you have to make. That's the same. Consider reclaimed asphalt as the same thing as 4 inches of regular asphalt pavement.
Doug, were you planning on making that kind of a request, or were you just assuming that it was an equal swap?
Well, actually, Mr. Chair, my understanding is that waiver was applied for at the meeting and granted. You guys voted on that actually already.
Okay, well, my memory isn't that good. Can somebody confirm that for me?
If you recall, Ellen, it was because that was a direct item that really made a difference. So basically what I ended up doing was submitting it electronically to Ellen, who was able to have that copy, and then we were able to vote on that because that was an item that I really needed direction on prior to coming back to the board, because obviously that would make some changes.
Yep.
So that's why we went that route.
My notes indicate that happened, but I don't have the minutes in front of me and can't pull them up right now.
I think Ellen is looking at the minutes.
I'm looking them up. What's the date? Does anyone know off the top of their head?
June 16th.
It was the July 7th meeting. I'm looking at the
Okay.
minutes now.
Oh, I have it as 6/16.
Yeah, it was in June.
Okay, I'll look at that one. Hang on a minute. Okay, there we go. All right.
As you were describing it, Doug, it's
Accepted
sounding more
jurisdiction.
familiar, but I didn't have the
You
recollection.
did vote to waive the 4-inch asphalt pavement requirement, allow the use of reclaimed asphalt in its place, and that motion passed unanimously.
Well, there you go.
That was done on the 16th, along with the motion to have the wetlands and soil analysis reviewed by a third party.
Okay.
Right.
All right. Okay, so we've for the moment, we've reviewed Glenn's and Dennis's comments. I have
Conservation.
comments from a couple of town departments, which I can take care of now. Oh, before I go any further with that, can somebody remind me what we did with regard to jurisdiction on this? Did we or did we not?
We accepted jurisdiction
We did.
Same thing, yep.
in the minutes.
All right. So Health Department has no comment, and the building inspector has no comment either. However, Conservation Commission has a fairly substantial comment sheet that I will read for the record and for the benefit of the board and the applicant. This is regarding 34 Route 125, Fieldstone Industrial Condos, and it's from Evelyn Nathan, the chair of Conservation Commission. It says, this is a request for an expedited planning board approval, which involves reducing an existing wetland buffer from 75 feet to 25 feet. Wildlife habitat was not considered, but deer, turkey, and other wildlife inhabit the area and use the wetlands. At the very minimum, the buffer should be designated 45 feet. However, we believe the buffer at 75 should stand. As requested by the Conservation Commission Chair, the Department of Environmental Services sent a copy of the original permit from 2014 to help determine the reasoning behind the original 74-foot buffer size.
Boring that, and this is
These points were noted as significant on the original permit. One, the restoration of the previous wetland was designed to, quote, restore a total of 6,763 square feet of previously impacted palustrine, scrub, shrub, and emergent wetlands to reestablish functions and values and replicate vegetative cover, structure, and habitat, close parentheses. And question on that from conservation is why undo that now? Number two, the applicant in 2014 recognized that previous construction activities and/or alteration of terrain on this site had resulted in impacts to a pre-existing wetlands and sought to restore the area to compensate for past unreported violations. Three, according to the permit, the restoration was to be monitored by a wetland scientist and reports made to DES once yearly for a period of 5 years. The owner should be asked to furnish copies of these reports so that it can be understood how the restored wetland functioned. DES is not able to tell us if reports exist at this time, as they are not able to access reports in the physical file in the office. They are working remotely, presumably because of our pandemic situation. And additionally, Chief Briggs noted that Department of Transportation should take this development plan into consideration when planning the future Route 125 expansion. He suggested that the planning board contact DOT to notify them of the development, as any additional runoff from the impervious surfaces in the industrial park would need to be accommodated in DOT's plans for remediating runoff. The Conservation Commission would like to request a site walk on this property. Respectfully, Evelyn Nathan. Can I assume, just on that last comment, Doug, can I assume that DOT is notified because you need to deal with them for the access?
Absolutely. We have an active DOT permit in their queue as we speak.
Okay. So with regard to that old permit from 2014, I'm not quite sure how to deal with that, and maybe someone can help me, maybe Glenn or Dennis.
I'm not going to have any more feedback than the Conservation Commission just gave you.
Okay. Doug, do you happen to know if there are any reports that exist for that 5-year period?
Well, this is really coming as a bit of a surprise to me, because obviously my applicant or the client, the owner of the property, was not involved in that process at the time, and has obviously stayed away from this wetland area as required. The buffer we have shown is 25 feet. It's only a 1-point wetland, and per your regulations, a 1-point would only require a 25-foot buffer. And that was done by Luke Hurley, our wetland scientist. He reviewed the functions and values of this piece and determined that it was only a single point value wetland. So obviously we were aware that it existed. We delineated it, we reviewed it, we analyzed it to apply the appropriate buffer, and then move forward with that regard. I mean, frankly, I'm a little surprised that when we made this application back in February of this year, that I'm just hearing these comments from the Conservation Commission now. I mean, we've gone pretty far along through this process, and the client has spent a significant amount of money, both with myself and his attorney and with Comcast, assuming these 3 buildings. And now we're talking about, a 75-foot buffer that's supposed to just wipe away half of his usable area of his site. That's it's a pretty big surprise here in August.
Well, yeah, I understand. I think the other thing to consider is that, I mean, we're looking at a new application here. This is different from what was proposed before. And I guess, you know, one could argue that this should stand on its own merits. And but the verification of the setback, that's what, Glenn, that's what RCCD is going to do. Is that right?
That is.
Okay.
I mean, I would ask that, I mean, and we took really no objection to that. Obviously, it'd be nice to have that answer already, but I know Luke Hurley, our wetland scientist, is very familiar. You know, he's known Mike Cornwell from RCCD for years. They've worked on other projects together. Certainly has no issue discussing this item with him. What I would ask though is, if regardless of a 2014 situation, Mr. Wilder purchased this property well after that, after that area was established or reestablished or whatever needed to be done. He has not impacted any of that area, stayed away from that area. If it is determined that the values of this area are very low, as our wetland scientist has determined, I would hope that we would be able to move forward with this application as presented. Just because, I mean, the reality is that the functions and values of this wetland as they're shown, we really have to go by what's there today. And certainly Mr. Wilder didn't do anything to adjust that. That's how he purchased the property.
Ellen?
Yes, Glenn. Could Glenn Greenwood brought this up a few minutes ago, but I think you must have missed it. From AOT, there's a very long list of things that you had to change to comply with. I believe they gave you till October to get that done. Have you progressed to give them any new information? Because a lot of that information seems to be environmental questions that we would also be interested in hearing how it was progressing.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't take the review letter to be lengthy based on their typical review process. It was a pretty standard review that I found that, you know, you get on these type of projects of this size. We have actually addressed all of their comments and are in the process of packaging a response package back to them, which we typically get fairly quick return responses from DES. It's really, you know, once they get the 60-day clock of time and do their initial review, they can usually turn around the product pretty quickly. There really wasn't anything, and I'd be happy to go through those comments if board members were concerned about specific ones. There really wasn't anything of major concern. We actually, the only reason it's not submitted back right away is only because we were waiting for a response back from the reviewer on two different items, clarifying what exactly he was looking for. There were some questions on time of concentration that we were a little confused by his question, and there was one other small item. But yeah, I mean, those, we certainly will be getting that back to DES, and we will, you know, obviously they'll be granting that permit based on us addressing those comments. So,
Glenn, would there be any value, since Mr. Como hasn't been able to do the review yet, in him having this information as well? Or would it not be anything he'd care about?
In him having what information? The AOT information or the information from the Conservation Commission?
No, well, probably both, but I was thinking more the updated information from Mr. McGuire so that he'd see the changes that were being proposed to address questions AOT might have that might impact anything he was reviewing on a, you know, to get more updated information. Or is that nothing he cares about? I don't know.
Mike has the electronic copy of the plan that as posted for this meeting.
Okay.
I think that that's what he's concerned about. Although I can't I don't want to presuppose for him that he doesn't want to have feedback from the Conservation Commission, but I hadn't seen that information before, so I hadn't given it to him.
Do you want me to, I have it in hard copy and it was part of the package that Ellen left for me. So and it doesn't even have a date on it. So I don't know when it was generated. I mean, I could scan it and send it to you, Glenn, if you want it to provide to him.
Glenn has it. He
Oh,
just hasn't seen
okay.
it.
Okay.
Sent it out to everybody.
Okay.
I guess my concern about the letter from the Conservation Commission is that this came forward in front of us in February, and they've had months and months and months. We've had hearings in June and July, and if they wanted us to have this information, it should have been to us earlier.
I am going to say that Conservation has contacted the office several times. I believe she has come in to look at the file, and I know she was trying to get in touch with DES, and it was taking a while because people aren't in the office. So I know that that's unfortunate, but we've been getting contact from Evie for a while now about this. So it's not that they waited till the last minute to do it. I think they just waited till they couldn't get certain information that they couldn't find in the files, so finally contacted DES to get background information. So in fairness to Evie, I know she's been working on this for a couple months.
But it would have been nice for us to have known that they were working on it back in June.
I mean, I think it seems to me, if I could make a suggestion, that with Conservation's items that they've brought up, I'm sure that the board members would like to have Mr. Como take a look at this with our wetland scientist, and you know, I'd like for them to do that and be able to, because I mean, I did talk with Mr. Hurley about this again and said, you know, this is the question, this is the concern that they've brought up, and he's standing very strongly by his analysis of this area. So I think Mike may find a very similar outcome, and that may provide some level of comfort to the board members in moving forward. One of the things I would request, though, is what I've noticed, and I'm sure this isn't done intentionally or anything like that, but I'm not getting these comments before to give the opportunity to be able to revise plans, to be able to get these to the board. So, I mean, because I mean, if our last meeting was in mid-June, and I haven't seen any comments from planning, staff, engineering, you know, from June to now. And so when Mr. Wilder, there's a bit of egg on my face, because Mr. Wilder says to me, hey, are we in good shape? Are we going to be getting approved? And I'm thinking, well, I believe I've addressed all the comments. I don't see anything else that, you know, is left. So my hope is that if Dennis can review these plans that were submitted, I'd like to get a review letter prior to the next hearing. You know, I don't want to wait to have him read a review letter to you guys and then I have to address it, because it's really taking a lot of time. And Mr. Wilder was really hopeful to be starting construction this construction season. When we started in February, that seemed like a pretty easy goal to hit, but now we're coming up against winter pretty rapidly here. So whatever the board can do to help us move this process forward, we're certainly going to be doing that on our end with the state permits with regards to the alteration of terrain. And we have a small private community well system based on the number of people that's already in process as well. It's a small scale design, so it shouldn't take very long to permit that piece. But I guess that's just my request. I'll happy to take any feedback the board has for me.
I've already stated that I certainly will turn it around. Ellen and I have emailed back and forth a number of times, and there's been times when we don't get emails one way or another. And for some reason, I didn't get this. I wish I did. I would have had the comments to her a long time ago. at least a week or more before the meeting, because we've talked about getting comments back to the board and to get to the applicants a lot sooner. So I apologize for that, Doug, but if I didn't get the information, I couldn't make a review. But
No,
as soon as I get
I understand, Dennis. That's not, and I'm not trying to poke you or anything like that. I'm just saying, moving forward, it would be helpful. Just
Oh, obviously, we'll get the reviews done ASAP. But with this type of communication back and forth by email, there's once in a while that they don't get through. So I don't know what I can say about that, but we'll just try to do the best we can to try to get reports to you.
Can I ask something? I'm sorry, Dennis, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
I feel like I let the board down in getting in contact with Michael. And he has assured me that he will front end this activity for me so that he can get his work done as quickly as possible. Is there any chance that the board would consider continuing this to the first Tuesday in September instead of the regular public hearing night in September? I mean, I know that I'm not going to make any friends asking that, but is there a possibility that we could do that?
Yeah,
You need to make sure you tell the board that will be 3 hearings in September because you're adding 1. So this will be adding 2.
well,
So they'll know.
September 8th is voting day, so we're not having a meeting. That's our first hearing date that would have been in September. So this would be moving that one forward.
That's not true.
No.
That's
We're
not
not.
true.
September.
You're going to say first Tuesday in September that doesn't have a first Monday in September. So September,
So September 1st is our regular.
Yeah.
well, it would be, but you don't have it scheduled that time, so you'd be adding it back in.
Yeah, I was going to bring those up later. I think with the number of things that were on tonight's agenda, I know we couldn't meet the first Tuesday in August, but that we ought to be scheduling these things, two meetings a month regularly, because this is way too many items on the agenda tonight. So I am certainly in favor of putting the September 1st meeting back in place. And I think that would be a reasonable time frame. I was very disappointed after being assured on our June meeting that Mr. Cuomo is going to be contacted the very next day, or at least the Thursday after our meeting, at the very, very latest. And so when this got delayed by a month, I thought, well, at least there's no problem getting that soil science report done. But yeah, I think that's at the very least, we should be bending over backwards to do that and getting that soil scientist report, because and I think maybe they had to take a look at the existing site plan for that property that shows the 75-foot buffer and look at the historical reasons why, maybe with DES information. But as I said before, without even having an approval or even the authority from a butter whose land a lot of this work is being done on, I don't think we can move forward tonight anyway. So,
Okay. So
it sounds like coming within a week.
So there's a thought here of, and we're not done with this hearing yet because I haven't asked for public comment yet, but just keep in mind that if you get to the point of wanting, and I'm addressing the board here, if you're of a mind to continue this, that you do have the option to continue it to September 1. That would make 3 public hearing nights in September, because we're adding one at the end of the month, and then we have our normal one on the 3rd Tuesday. So that would be 3 hearings in 3 hearing nights in September. And so that would put us, so that gives the applicant another, not quite 2 weeks, but a week and a substantial part of another week to get some of this done. And hopefully Dennis would have an opportunity to get his comments in and
Get this as soon as possible.
RCCD to get their piece done.
And
Robin, you're raising your
Mr.
hand. Or
Walter,
just-
you're absolutely convinced that you'll have your easement within that time period?
Yeah, I can guarantee I'll have it by then. Within days. So I will have it for that hearing.
Good.
All right, before we go any further and before I forget about it, I'd like to ask if there's any public comment on this application. Most of the folks that I see on the screen, well, Mr. Hart is there. I don't know if he's there for his enjoyment or if he's there to make a comment or not, but the other folks, I believe, are there for various applications that are in front of us.
I believe that's the case.
Okay. All right, then I'm going to close public comment on this application.
I'd like to
All
make
right.
a motion that we continue this hearing until Tuesday, September 1st at
Second.
6:45 a.m. PM.
What time?
6:45 p.m.
6:45, yeah, okay.
6:30? Oh, no, we start the things at 6:45.
Correct.
Got it.
Yeah.
I'll second that.
Okay, so motion by Lynn, second by Robin to continue the hearing to September 1st at 6:45.
You want any stipulations about what needs to be
Yep,
in
Yep.
there?
yep. So what stipulations do we have? Are we going?
With the stipulation that we have the easement from, was it Comcast?
Yep.
We have the Comcast easement and the report from our CCD.
Okay. And Glenn, are you going to provide Mike Cuomo with the letter from conservation, just so we
I
have the
will.
benefit of?
I will,
Okay.
so that he knows about that, yes.
Okay. Let's see. Do we need plans back or updated things back by a certain time? No?
Well, Glenn has asked for certain things on the condo plan.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you need them by a certain time, just.
Yeah, I guess I would ask that we say that the new plans can actually come in the date of the hearing.
Okay, with plans due by September 1st.
Okay.
Would I be able to get a copy of those comments from Ellen or Glenn, just so I can,
Conservations?
well, I'd like that too, I guess, but I was talking more about staff Glenn's comments.
I'll
if I
send
could.
those over to you tonight, Doug.
Thanks a lot. I appreciate that.
And Doug, it is the planning board's policy now, as of a few months ago, that all engineers receive all the comments prior to the hearing. So you don't need to make changes to plans, but at least you'll have an idea of what has been cited for discussion.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's good. I mean, I just think it would help for productive conversation, at the board, because I know what needs to be discussed, if there's certain waivers that I should be prepping ahead of time, that type of thing.
We agree. That's why we made the policy.
Okay.
And just so the board knows, before we go to the vote on this, we did not act on the landscape waiver, so we would have to take that up at the next meeting as well.
Mhm.
But we do have it now, so.
I just sent you conservation's comments, so you should have them.
Thank you, Ellen.
And Glenn Greenwood, I had a question about your comment. I got interrupted by something outside here when you were making the comments, written comments. But you had something about the common areas not being fully delineated on the plan set. There was a comment in the condo docs that said that anything that's not an LCA or a unit is common area. And I didn't
Yes.
know if that, yeah. So I didn't know if that would suffice.
I saw that, but I'd like that somehow noted on the plan,
Okay.
because everybody doesn't, people tend to look at a plan first and not look at a condo document.
Yeah. True.
Okay, other questions from the board? We're under further discussion at this point. All right. Doug, do you have anything further before I take the vote?
No, I think I have some good direction, and I'm going to make sure that we're pushing on those remaining items so that we can be in good shape for you guys on that next hearing.
Okay.
Glenn, I sent Doug your comments too.
Oh, I was just doing that. Thank you.
So,
Okay, Ellen, would you call the roll, please, on the motion?
yep. Glenn Copeland,
Yes?
Lynn Merrill,
Yes,
Peter Coffin,
Yes,
Richard Wilson. Hello, Richard.
he's muted.
Muted. Just nod. No.
Thumbs up, something. Yeah, there you go.
Yes.
Robin Gway
Yes.
and Ellen Faulkner. I'm abstaining.
All right, so that's 5 in favor, none opposed, and 1 abstention. So the motion carries. And we'll see you folks back. As far as I know, it's going to be Zoom again. So we'll see you back in this format on September 1.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Glenn Koppelman, I just sent a email to Phil Coombs to fill in for me that night as I will be out of town.
Okay, thank you. All right, it's 25 after. Can we take a 5-minute break and do a stretch and a restroom run, and we'll reconvene back here in 5 minutes? Okay, you might want to turn your microphone. Okay. Have we, well, we don't have everyone back yet quite. Give it another minute.
A long 5 minutes, huh?
Okay. All right. I don't see Lynn back, but it looks like everyone else is back. So I think we'll go ahead and start. She should join us, I'm guessing, momentarily. All right. So it's now 8:30. And the next item is a design review for the applicant is Rob Healy at the property is at 34 Church Street. It's tax map R30 lot 10. And the applicant is requesting a design review for a proposal to construct an additional 2,490 square foot retail building on the site in the rural residential zone where a 6,400 square foot building currently exists. And that's Church Street Station, right, Mr. Healy? Okay, can't hear you.
Correct.
Okay, good. And I just need to explain for folks, especially if there are any public members out there, that this is a design review, which means it's a non-binding discussion between the board and the applicant, where the applicant can have a discussion with us and ask questions and get some guidance before he decides if he wants to submit a formal application. So there are no votes taken, there's no decisions made. It's merely a discussion, and the meeting, the hearing starts and ends tonight. It doesn't get continued, and so that's the nut of it for us. So, I'm
Glenn,
sorry.
before you start, since this is not a public hearing, if it was a public hearing, I would recuse myself, since I believe this was probably going to be going to another board as fewer alternates. I'm just going to ask if you think I should recuse myself from just this discussion if I'm going to be listening to this at CBA.
Well, I'll express my concern, my opinion. I don't think it's an issue because it's not an application. It's not, and there are no votes taken. But I'll let others weigh in. Glenn, if you have a thought on that.
No, I think it's fine that he not recuse himself.
Okay.
Does any board member feel that Peter should recuse himself?
I don't necessarily feel he should recuse himself, but I would question whether he would think if it gets to the ZBA, he'd then have to recuse himself on the ZBA.
Right. Well, that's why I definitely wouldn't vote. I think because the CBA has a problem with getting alternates, I think I will just recuse myself from this discussion and turn the sound down so that I'm not influenced by any. I can't be accused of getting influenced when it gets to the ZBA because I don't think we had enough members there for me to.
So you are going to step out on this, Peter?
I'll step out on this. I'll turn my camera off and my sound off. So.
Okay. You're gonna listen though.
Well, I guess I'll have to listen. Yes, because I'll need to know when it's over.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right.
I'm muting and recusing.
Okay. So, okay, Mr. Healy, I know we have comments from Glenn Greenwood, but maybe you could first just describe for us. I know we have a copy of your proposed plan, but maybe you can just verbally tell us what it is you're proposing to do.
Yes. Looking to construct a 2,490 square foot building. I have my engineer with me tonight too, as well.
And who is that?
Wayne Morrill.
Okay, I see him.
Wayne?
Yeah. So good evening, members of the board. So we're representing Rob Healy and the landowner. This is a 2.55 acre parcel. It's 34 Church Street Station. Currently, there is a 6,400 square foot condominium building that's used for commercial uses in the front, and then a small storage unit that's located on the side of the lot. What we're proposing, if I can share with the board the screen, or maybe I can't.
Well, yeah, as long as you have the button at the bottom, there you go. Yep.
So what we have here is we have the existing Church Street Station, the parking lot that's out in the front. There's a storage building that's located on the side here. And as Rob said, we're looking to put a 2,400 square foot commercial building in the rear with its own parking lot. This additional space would allow us to have more leasable space on the piece of property. The reason why we're in front of this board tonight is because we need to go in front of this board for design review and then go to the zoning board of adjustments for a variance, because we would be exceeding the allowed amount of building in the zone. Currently on the site, there is 37% impervious with no treatment on site. I've taken a site walk on the site. There's no catch basins, there's no infiltration, there's nothing going on that allows groundwater recharge at this site. With this application, the impervious would go to 46% impervious. But with that, we would be doing drainage improvements to the site to be able to get the water back into the ground and recharge that, take roof water and bring that back into the site. And also some of the things that I talked about with the applicant is looking at the front parking lot where there are some significant puddles that are in that parking lot, I'm sure in large storm events, that just sit in the parking lot and then overflow back into Church Street, where we'd be looking to put some catch basins with some grease hoods into infiltration basins to be able to recharge that water. So hopefully take care of any impact with this improvement that we're doing. You can notice that the vet club is on the north side of this, and a significant amount of the pavement on the site is to service the vet club. We did meet with Glenn Greenwood back in, I think it was January now. This plan that I have in front of you right here, this is the plan that is of record of this site. Back in 1989, the site was approved for 21,000 square feet of self-storage that the applicant, it's no longer a valid site plan, but it is still on record for this site. So we're asking to go for a 2,400 square foot building, which we feel will allow different, more commercial uses into the site. And still we have the cemetery in the rear, the town property on the side, the vet club on the north, and a residential structure to the south. That's basically the presentation. Rob, I don't know if you have anything else you want to add.
No, it'd be low impact to the site.
So we did not receive Glenn's comments before the meeting. So we're not quite sure what Glenn's comments are. So
Well, we'll certainly get those to you. I apologize you didn't get them ahead of time, but we will ask Glenn to walk through his comments now, so at least you'll have the benefit of hearing them here.
Yeah, my comments are really basically just filling in the board as to what has happened with the ZBA. I state that the applicant has attempted to appear before the ZBA for a variance, but it was determined that a denial from the planning board would be required in order to apply for the variance. Proposal is to construct a 2,490 square foot building on the property, which is located in the rural residential zone. The zone has a building size restriction of 2,500 square feet, since there is an existing building of approximately 6,400 square feet that structure is non-conforming. Adding additional building to a non-conforming property can only be accomplished with ZBA approval. Planning board to determine that this request must go to the ZBA. Those are my comments.
Okay. And technically, we're not supposed to be taking any votes. So it would just be, I mean, at best, a consensus action by the board that's in fact what's required.
I believe you're correct. I think what we're looking for tonight is for you to deny us so that we can go to the zoning board.
Well, but we don't have an application in front of us to deny. Glenn, correct me if I'm wrong.
We have a design review that offers something that the planning board could not act on. So
And that's what we need to say, right?
Exactly. And I would hope that you would guide me to write a letter to the ZBA explaining that this proposal does not comply with the zoning ordinance. And that's all the ZBA would need to move forward.
Okay, so we could do a motion to that effect.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Okay, questions, or, I mean, this is the purpose of this design review is to help the in addition to getting this part squared away with the ZBA piece, providing any other thoughts that we might have on what they're proposing to do. So, if the board has any thoughts, Ellen?
Let Lynn go first.
Oh, Lynn, go ahead.
My only question is, from having been at that particular property before, there are times when people drive behind the property to access the back door of those units. I know they prefer to have drop off of things at the thrift shop from the back door rather than the front door and things like that. I just would caution you to make sure there's enough space so that people would be able to park their cars to drop something off and have people pass them as well.
That's a great point, Lynn, and we'll make sure if we come back to your board after the zoning board, we'll address that. Thank you.
Ellen, yes, sorry.
If someone else, that's okay.
No, go ahead.
Oh. Okay, I just want to make a comment, and this is just an overall comment, but since it's going to go to the ZBA, I felt that I really needed to say this, that I appreciate what Rob Healy is trying to do. I don't care one way or the other on that property. It doesn't impact me, but I think that since this property has remained a certain way for a certain period of time, I would hope that the ZBA would not grant a variance for this, and instead Mr. Healy would put forth a warrant article that would amend the zone that may allow him to do this, so that any people in town, abutters, anyone who uses that area, who've seen it a certain way for a certain amount of time, and know that the zoning ordinance says they have a building 3 times the size that would normally be allowed for residential use, that it wouldn't just be a carte blanche kind of approval, that it would go through different channels with Mr. Healy putting forth a warrant article to see if the town wanted to allow continued growth on rural residential property for commercial use. That's all. I have no dog in this fight, but I just want to put that up.
Okay. Comment that I'd like to make for you guys is that if in fact you're going to be adding more traffic coming and going, that some sort of access management along Church Street, because right now it's just a wide open paved intersection there between the road and the parking lot, and normally when we're looking at projects like this, we try to look at how the traffic is managed coming and going off the site. And so I just something I think that it would be helpful to look at as you're working up your plans.
Okay, great.
Second comment, just one other comment. I do like the fact that if you do go forward with this, you'll be improving the the management of the stormwater, which right now, as you said, is not being managed. So I think that would be a plus.
And I just had one other comment. Sometimes it's the little details that stop this in the middle when we get to the application stage. And I believe you misspelled the sexton's last name over the cemetery property. I think it should be Peter Coombs and not
Okay.
Phil Coombs.
Phil Coombs, rather. Yeah, Phil Coombs.
That was a recent change, was it not?
That was a recent change. There's a new sexton.
Yep.
So you probably want to be sure you have the correct name there, because we wouldn't want a little detail to hold anything up in the future.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Other comments from the board? Or Dennis or Glenn?
I have no comments now. There really isn't much engineering review at this time. I noticed the driveways that go around the back of the existing building are narrow, so I would assume it'd be one-way traffic. But certainly that's something for Wayne to work out on his application and determine a traffic pattern around the buildings. So I don't really have any real engineering comments at this time.
Okay. Other board members? Are there any public members who wish to comment on this? It's not a public hearing, but it is a public meeting, so. No, I don't see anybody. Okay. All right, so if there is nothing else that the board wants to converse with the applicant about, then we can take up the direction to perhaps have, Ellen?
No, I just have, I'm ready to make a motion
Well, oh yeah, please.
to notify the ZBA by letter that this is not an approvable use by the planning board and would need ZBA relief.
Second.
Okay, motion by Ellen, second by Lynn. Further discussion? All right, there being none, Ellen, would you call the roll, please?
Sure. Glenn Kopelman,
Yes?
Lynn Merrill,
Yes.
Richard Wilson. Did Richard, is he? oh,
Richard, where are you?
He's Peter Coffin. Oh, Peter Coffin's recused himself. I'm sorry.
Recused.
Yep. Hang on. Robin Jagway.
Yep.
And Ellen Faulkner, yes. That was 1, 2, 3, 5-0.
Okay, so that was 5 in favor,
That's
none
fine.
opposed, and 1 recusal.
Yes, so it's just passed 5-0.
Yep. Okay, so Glenn will get that letter off to ZBA, and you gentlemen can proceed with that board if you choose to.
Thank you so much.
Very much.
Okay, thank
Have a
you.
good night.
You too. All right, the next item on our agenda is Mr. Parks, Dan Parks, 7 Smallpox Road, tax map R19, lot 32. The applicant is seeking to amend the June 4, 2019 approval, and this was for a pond, by excavating the size of the pond beyond the size of the June 4, 2019 approval by the planning board. So let's see. So we do have plans. We have comment sheets from both Glenn and Dennis, and we have some comments by town departments as well. So who is speaking on behalf of the applicant?
That would be me, Dan Manette with Fuss and O'Neill. You guys hear me okay?
I'm looking for you and I'm not seeing you.
Oh.
No, where are
Been
you?
there all evening, patiently.
Where? Oh,
On the
Up at the
green.
top.
got it. How are
Hello,
you?
Glenn and Glenn. Dan and Dan are back.
Hey, excellent. Okay,
So-
well, take it away.
All right. So this is well, we're asking for an amendment or to our previous excavation approval. So what we had proposed back in June of 2019 was a large recreational pond on the property. And as you can see from USGS maps of the area, the property historically had been a sand and gravel pit. So Mr. Parks owns 7 Smallpox Road. That's the address of the property, and has been looking at building a possible recreational pond for quite a while. And so we went into the board last year with an idea to try to expedite excavation as soon as possible and for a construction season of fall of 2019. And we were able to do that, but we had to design in order to avoid some permitting. So we kept our pond size under a required threshold in order to avoid an alteration of terrain permit and also try to get going in that construction season. We had a contractor situation that fell through and found ourselves with some more time. So Mr. Parks contacted us and said, well, we have time now to go after the required permits, so let's go for the larger pond. So this application that's before you tonight is a pond that's roughly double the size of the original application that we submitted last year. And we've updated and done quite a bit of permitting work over the winter. So we've obtained an alteration of terrain permit approval. We've got a construction general permit through EAP. We've produced a stormwater pollution prevention plan that Dan Parks is implementing on his property right now. Something like a 126-page stormwater plan that he's working on that has required maintenance and intervals for inspection and things like that. So basically, a lot more excavation, but it's over a longer period of time. So that's why we're here before you today for the excavation approval.
Okay. Has anything been done based on the original approval?
Yeah, I believe he started a little bit of excavation in that original town approved area. No excavation began before the alteration of terrain permit was approved.
Okay.
And that was just approved in June of this summer, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Well, as I said, we do have some comments, but we normally start with Glenn and Dennis, and I know we have comments from both of them. So why don't we start with that?
I'll go first.
Whichever one of you would like to go.
I'll go first, Glenn, if you don't mind.
Please.
Not at all. You go right ahead.
I had reviewed the project before and made comments before. This is a 4th review of the plans. Previous comments that were satisfied, and all my comments before were satisfied, but with this new application, it triggers a review of my previous comments. So that's what I have identified here. So one of my previous comments, number 5, was Article 9045 G14 was to list the state and federal approvals, and it required AOT approval, but I understand that you've got the AOT approval now, so that one is taken care of. Number 8, Article number 9045 G22, stormwater management should address, and according to Article 908, specifically provide timing of the construction and elaborate more on phase 2 sequence of construction over the extended time period. So typically on ponds like this, and I've seen it come before, planning boards, not only in this town, but another town, that they worked out a time sequence of year 1, so many yards to be removed, year 2, so many yards to be removed, or so much area to be disturbed, and year 3 and 4, so on. Now, obviously, that has been debated as to what the demand is for material and how the excavation work progresses. But it gives the planning board an idea about how often trucks will be going up and down the road, and instead of just saying that there's going to be, 8,000 trucks in 2 years, it could be, all in 1 year. It could be a little bit less. So I think a little bit more elaboration on the time sequence of how much work is going to be done in each year might be something that could be put on the plan and just say estimated amount. Number 11, performance bond. The bond was worked out before. It was developed in May of 28th, 2019. I did speak with Rich St. Hilaire about this, and the bond is basically for any possible damages to the road, and which is Smallpox Road and the end of New Boston Road. And so realistically, whether the pond was half the size or the size that is proposed now, the bond is still the same, would be the same amount. And if damages are done, then the same amount of correction would need to be done. We came up with a total bond amount of $126,000 and an engineering review of $5,000. And so that was proposed at the last meeting, and in talking to Rich, I don't believe we need to change that at all. So that's certainly our opinion. Number 12, any waivers that may be submitted and approved must be listed on the plan set. Construction sequence should include a pre-construction meeting. And that's meeting should be with the owner, contractor, design engineer, town engineer, and any other department heads, just to discuss again the project and format and notification of when the work is to be done. The next one was about typical cross-section profiles of the pond as shown. The proposed side slopes in the pond are all 3-to-1 slopes. Slopes below the surface are designed at 2-to-1 slope. A note has been added that slope stabilizing matting shall be placed on all slopes steeper than 3-to-1. So that means that all the slopes and into the water will have to have a matting on it. So I just put that as a comment that's going to have to be done. Any soil test pits that were done, the test pit data should be shown. I don't know how deep they went, what the soil conditions were, but it might be important to know what the results of the test pits were, who did the test pits, and be able to provide that information for review. 21, will the town require some of the plan sheets to be recorded? That's a question that we should know to begin with. And my last comment was the estimated number of vehicle trips and volume should be the same. Note 5 in sheet C2 general notes, and it should be the same as note 4 on sheet D1 general construction requirements. It's just two different things, so it should be one way or the other, and just clarify that. So those are the only comments that I have at this time. So guess we'll go with that.
Okay, thanks, Dennis. Dan, did you get a copy of this?
I think most of those comments were from the original application that we sent in.
Right.
So I do have a copy of it.
Okay.
And I think most of those comments were addressed at that original meeting. There are a few of them, though, that I will take care of. As far as elaborating on the sequence and timing, I can do that pretty easily. And when you mentioned listing the waivers on the plans, are those town waivers or are those waivers to state permitting?
So typically it's town.
That would be from
town, yeah.
From town regulations.
All right, so we didn't have any waivers from the town. And then test pit data, I think we talked about that. It might be in the meeting minutes from the last hearing in May, but I think we talked about what value that would serve and if it had any kind of use for the board at all, other than showing that there's sand of various depths. I don't think there was any refusal. I can look back through the logs, but I can also supply that if I can find it. And we also discussed the need to record a plan last May, or I guess it was the May of 2019. And because this is an excavation plan and not a site plan review, I think we had nixed that also, but we can look back through the meeting minutes.
Well, that would probably have been part of the, well, if it's not a part of the approval, it certainly would be in the minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. Glenn, would you like to do your comments?
Sure. So I have 4 comments. Because the first comment I have is just describing to the board what the action is. In Plan Note 5.2, it says that there's 150,700 cubic yards of material to be taken off site. But in general construction requirement note number 4 on sheet C3, it indicates 161,000 cubic yards are to be removed. So there should just be an understanding of which one is actually the number. I did try to look at the alteration of terrain permit to see if that number showed up in that permit. It doesn't. It just, the alteration of terrain permit just reflects the plan set. So just make sure that those 2 numbers jive. My question number 3, my comment number 3 is the same kind of comment because there's a new number of vehicle trips offered as 6,400 over the duration of the project, according to general construction requirement note number 4. But on sheet C2, note 5.5, this number is 6,000. I'd really prefer that the plan set just agree on one number. Does the increased project scope require a change to the existing road bond, which I think Dennis just answered from the town's perspective? And then my 5th note is that a project agreement exists between the town and the applicant for the existing approved plan. And a new agreement should be prepared as a result of this proposal, because those numbers like number of proposed trips and the number of the materials to be removed, those are all things that are in that first town agreement. And if we're going to have different numbers, we should really have a new agreement, and that can certainly be something that gets prepared as we finalize this approval.
Okay, thank you, Glenn. I think I'm just going to roll on with the rest of the comments that I have, and we'll finish those up, and then we'll bring it back to the board for discussion. Health Department has no comments. Building Department has no comments. Conservation Commission does. And this is an email from the chair, Evelyn Nathan, dated August 17th of this year, addressed to this board. And it says, hello, I let Andrea Kenter look at Dan Park's plan for the much enlarged trout pond on behalf of the Conservation Commission, and these are her comments below. Suffice it to say that we are submitting her comments as our own, since we wouldn't have the expertise on the commission to ask these questions otherwise. Thank you, Evie. All right, so Ms. Kenter responded with these comments the same date, August 17, 2020. It says, I took a look at the plans you dropped off for the proposed Dan Parks project, and I have a few comments in no particular order. While the excavation and resulting pond has significantly altered size, I suspect that given the location of the project in a geologically favorable area of extremely high yielding stratified drift with conductive coarse grained sediments, that it will likely not adversely affect hydrogeology of the immediate area. I suspect that there will be little fluctuation in the surface water elevation given the geology of the area. That being said, has the applicant provided any test boring data or monitoring well information for this proposed project? Question mark. That would be very useful and should confirm what I suspect, that there are not any significant aquitards, parentheses, clay silt layers, close parentheses, that if disturbed may affect the hydrogeologic regime. The client estimates in both plan sets that the anticipated pond static level will be 116 feet, which is consistent with elevations depicted on the site plan sheet C2 for the Powwow Folly Brook. Again, piezometers of shallow overburden monitoring wells would help with confirming this assumption. While increasing the size of the pond theoretically may increase hydraulic gradients toward the river, as well as increase evaporation rates due to increased surface water area of water, increased surface area of water due to the high yielding aquifer in this area, these potential effects should be negligible. Will the planning board be requesting a hydrogeologic study? Question mark. They should. The town's consultant, Dana Truslow, could weigh in on this. I can drop off the plans in the next day or so, Andrea. Okay, so she was, I guess that was a note back to Evelyn Nathan. All right. Okay. That's probably the first time you've heard those comments. I don't know if you have any initial response to that.
One response. She mentions a aquitard layer or a restrictive layer within the sand, some sort of lens that would cause some sort of perched water table or water to be at a different elevation. And once that layer is broken, it would alter that hydrogeologic flow through that area. And I know we do have an active excavation going on within the permitted area from last year. So I can ask Dan Parks, the applicant, if he has seen any kind of restrictive layers or clay layers in the sand that he's been digging. It would be pretty evident in the sidewall, but he's not a soil scientist. We can also pull out the test pit data and give that to the board for further review. There are no test monitoring wells or anything like that that have been installed, but we did confirm seasonal high water table on the test pits.
Okay. And Glenn, remind me, we didn't require a hydrogeologic study on this, is that right?
That is correct.
I mean, normally we would if there were a septic system of a certain size, but that's not the case here.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so that is the extent of the comments that I have here. Are there questions from the board or comments from the board?
I would have said that one of Andrea's concerns about the layer, the restrictive layer being there, could easily be answered by just a site visit, since the excavation's already started. So essentially, it's a large test pit. And I don't know, Dan, how far down have you gotten?
I've only gotten down about 5 feet.
Oh, okay.
Overall.
Okay, I thought you
did 15 feet just to see what I could come up with, but all I hit was sand. I haven't hit anything but sand so far. That's the deepest test pit that I've dug is 15 feet.
15?
Yep.
Okay. And what's the depth of the pond?
30.
30. So yeah, that's,
are the test pits documented, Dan?
Yeah, I believe so.
Oh, okay. From there, yes.
and how deep are the test pits?
It usually goes 6 to 8.
Oh.
All right. Other questions from the board?
I'm looking back at notes from when we met in May. And I guess relative to the comments that have already been made tonight about trucking material out of the site, I have a note that there was a desire to avoid a volume that would require uniform traffic officers. So I guess I'm just curious if the projected haul out of the site is still consistent with what was spelled out in the May meeting.
It is. So in the May meeting, we described 5 to 6 trucks per day. Actually, it might have been 5 to 8. And what we've actually done is extended the duration of the excavation. So before it was a 3-year process, and now it's a 4-year process. So by doing that, adding that extra time, we've been able to maintain the same number of trucks per day on average.
And we haven't had too much activity yet since we posted the road bond. It's just starting. It's a slow start. I'm sure when someone gets a bigger project in the area, they're going to be coming in. But, you know, as we spelled out in the agreement, it's 22 truckloads a day is what we're allowed to do. And we haven't even come close to that yet. I don't know if we will, you know. I'm still trying to drum up business here and get people more interested. But it's on an as-needed basis for these guys. So, you know, 1 week they'll be there with 4 or 5 trucks a day, and like this week we've had 2.
Okay.
Can I ask for clarification? Robin, you were talking about the traffic. Mr. Manette, you said something. Did you say 5 to 8 trucks a day?
Yes, that's what we had projected over a 4-year time span.
As an average.
Projected. That's the word I needed, because then Mr. Park said he's allowed to have 22 truckloads a day. So I'm like, okay, my numbers aren't working.
Yes, that's the maximum.
Projected, and Mr. Park said, I got it. Thank you.
Yep.
All right. Other comments or questions from the board? Are there any members of the public who wish to make a comment or ask a question? That appears not, so we will close public comment. All right. So what is the board's pleasure?
Is there enough to change that we should just continue them to September 1st? Or? I don't know.
Well, that's an option if.
What would be the purpose? What additional information would we need to get?
Well, it was just the things that Dennis was asking about and Glenn was talking about. That's what I don't know. Or is this okay for conditional, or if not?
Mine were just literally editorial changes to make sure that 2 figures didn't reflect differently on the plan set. It's not going to take Daniel any time to make those figures agree.
And Dennis, do you feel you need?
Well, there's just a few things that could be conditioned. I mean, expanding the timing for construction, adding a pre-construction meeting, providing test pit data, and you know, the estimated trips and volume, like Glenn also picked up on, the two numbers need to be in the same sequence. So it could be conditioned on those items.
There's also, I think, maybe it was Glenn that mentioned the agreement with the town would need to be updated. Is that something that could be done fairly quickly, and we could come
Very
back?
quickly.
And so do you think that would be more of a condition, or do you think that would be something that we'd like to see before we vote?
I would hope it would be a condition. Actually, they're not changing substantially the action that they're doing, or the the use of the land. That all stays the same. It's just basically because they're doing a larger project, the numbers reflected in the agreement should be changed to reflect those larger numbers.
Right, so that would be like getting the number of trucks in line and all that kind of stuff. Sounds to me like the doubling of the volume and area is also causing a doubling in the time frame from 2 to 4 years, so that it's just a same agreement, only twice as long.
The point is, these are checkoff items that can be easily checked off.
Right.
That's really what it boils down to. It doesn't change the design at all.
Right. So I'm looking for a recommendation here. Do you think the conditional approval is in order? Dennis, I'll start with you.
Yeah, I mean, my comments can be easily checked off by whoever's reviewing the final plan that gets signed by the planning board.
Okay. And Glenn, you felt the same way too. Right?
I feel the same way.
All right. All right. And based on professional advice, I'll move that we approve conditionally the expansion plan for the pond, taking all of Dennis's comments and Glenn's comments and making those conditions up for approval and agreement with the town, part of it.
So rather than enumerating them, you're just going to.
Yeah, I'm going to say that the comments that Dennis read and that Glenn read that involve changing the numbers so that they agree, updating the agreement with the town.
So that would be Dennis's letter of July 29, 2020.
Okay.
And Glenn's comment sheet dated August 15, 2020.
And I guess we should ask either Dan if they have a problem with any of those things that they heard in terms of having them as conditions of approval.
Could I receive a copy of both of the letters? We didn't receive comments ahead of the hearing, so I just want to make sure that I have it accurate. And when we do address the comments, can we send a draft of the comments to Dennis or somebody at the planning board to just quickly review to make sure that we have them all checked off before we go final?
Sure.
Okay.
And perhaps with a pre-construction meeting, if they hold another one, one of the things that can be included in that is that if during the excavation process you get down significantly deeper and hit a change in soil types, Andrew is pretty certain that things were going to stay sand, but that if when you're doing this you hit an impermeable layer, that we have the option of having our soil scientists come in and take a look and see if that's going to be a problem.
Sure.
With that, would you agree with that?
We can do that, right, Dan?
Yeah, sure. What are you doing this weekend? You want to dig a big hole?
We got a machine on site to dig a big hole.
Well, typically it's no different than any construction process. That's what happens with inspections. And if during inspections things don't look according to what's been proposed, then at that point in time there's an evaluation that's done, and whether with some minor changes in process it can be continued, work can continue, or if it looks like there's drastic changes that may need to have. Say, for instance, you hit ledge and want to do blasting. Well, obviously, you need permits for that. So those type of things are things that can happen during a project, whether it be a pond or building a road or anything like that. So that's why there's an inspection process along the way, and make sure that things proceed the way that you propose.
And your agreement from last May included an inspection sequence, this inspection schedule. Is that true, Dennis?
The inspection is something that is periodic. It depends on how much volume, and that's why we generally have a pre-construction meeting to talk about that. Obviously, if there's 2 or 3 weeks that they're not going to do any excavation work, then there's no need of anybody going to do inspections. But but we would clarify what would trigger an inspection, whether it be the number of vehicles. Say after 50 trips, then we would trigger an inspection. You know what I mean? And that's the type of thing that we would discuss in a pre-construction meeting.
Okay.
Just to let you guys know, we've dug down about 5 feet. Now we have a lot of material to move before we'll be digging again. And honestly, I don't know if we'll be digging again until, say, October at this point, because it's not moving very fast. So there's going to be a lull between excavation. Slow right now, so slower than I'd like to do it. But, you know, even if we were running 22 trucks a day, it'd probably take them over a month to get rid of all that sand that I have up on the ground right now. So, you know, I can keep you guys informed and let you know when we're ready to start digging again, if that's what you'd like to do. You know, I'll just have to send a big machine, bring it back in and dig down deeper. We're going to do like 5 feet, 5 layers, you know.
Ellen?
Peter, does that mean your issue about them contacting a soil scientist about the impermeable layer is no longer anything you're interested in because it will be part of the inspection process?
Well, yeah, I had not realized that there were inspection
Well, I
triggers.
mean, I can remove that as something that needs to be.
Exactly. As long as the inspections are scheduled, then Dennis can determine whether, you know, that's going to happen.
I just didn't want that hanging out
getting
there
down
that someone had to do.
25 out of 30 feet, and you hit a layer of clay, go through it, and every drop of water drains out.
That'd be horrible. Or it might spring up. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows? Yeah.
Okay, so Peter, that was a motion, yes?
That was, yes, if it's acceptable. And
Ellen, did you capture it satisfactorily?
Yep, it's a motion made and second to conditionally approve the expansion plan for the pond conditional on Dennis Quintel's letter of July 29, 2020, and Glenn Greenwood's comments dated August 15, 2020, and have a new plan drawn up and signed. Oh, do you need it signed too, or just drawn up?
Oh, was that the agreement, town agreement?
Yeah,
Yeah.
a new.
Okay, agreement made and signed, I guess. When I say the agreement's been made, it's usually signed.
I added it and signed, but you didn't say that, so I wanted.
You're right, I didn't say it.
So drawn up and signed for the town, so that's the motion.
And was there a second? I don't think so.
Not yet.
Second.
Okay, second by Lynn. Motion by Peter, second by Lynn. Further discussion? In further discussion, Richard.
Richard.
I have a question about the road bond. Since this project's, I understand that you can't do more damage to the road. But if this project's going to go as long as 4 years now, what happens if in a year and a half the road is totally torn up and we have to do work to it? Shouldn't there be something in there to re-support that bond at that time? I mean, I know there's very few residents on that road anyway, but what if there becomes major issues with the road in a year or 2 years?
Well, I think that's why the bond's there.
2 years to go.
Yeah, you'd if you used up the bond repairing the road and then continued trucking out for the next 3 years and it just ripped it up again, you'd obviously have to replenish the bond if you're going to keep working. So
So that's noted someplace that we may ask for that bond to be
something. Okay,
increased.
Dennis might have a.
Dennis, you got a thought?
My opinion on that is that certainly the road agent and I will be monitoring the conditions of the road. And if it gets to the point where the bond is not enough to do repairs to the road and is that much damage to the road that needs to be done, obviously we would appeal to the selectmen and shut the project down and be sure that they fix the road up before they continue to do any more trucking.
Okay,
And
just
so if it
just
approaches
that ability.
if it approaches this number as far as damages, then the project is going to get shut down.
Okay.
What I believe would happen.
The problem with that is if the project gets shut down and you've already used up all the money, you may not have any money to get the applicant to finish it. But my point is going to be to Richard is, doesn't the Board of Selectmen have to sign off on the bond? Isn't it a Board of Selectmen?
I think we have signed off on the bond already.
We're saying that you have to come up with a new agreement with the town. It's going to be the Board of Selectmen who has to sign that agreement. If you need something added to it, feel free. You don't need
Okay.
the planning board approval. So if that's something the Board of Selectmen find might be an issue, add that sentence to it. It's gonna be your signature on it, isn't it? The Board of Selectmen have to sign it? Not the
Yes,
planning board?
they signed the first one. I believe Glenn did as well.
So if you think it's missing something, you guys should talk about it and say you want it added.
Okay.
Okay. So the conditions need to be met by within what, 90 days unless you request a longer period of time? Is 90 days sufficient, Dan and Dan?
Yes, it should be.
Okay.
Well, that sounds good.
Okay. All right. So any further discussion from the board? Okay, Ellen, could you call the roll, please?
Yep. Glenn Kopelman,
Yes.
Lynn Merrill,
Yes.
Richard Wilson,
Yes.
Robin Dugway,
Yep.
Peter Coffin,
Yes.
Ellen Faulkner. Yes.
Okay. So we owe you comment sheets from Glenn and Dennis. Who's going to provide those? Would Ellen or Glenn do it, or would Dennis and Glenn do it?
I'll give that to Dennis and Glenn to, do I have them?
I sent my comments in July 29th.
Well, then I will send them now.
Yeah, they're dated July 29.
Ready?
And then Glenn's comments are the ones from,
That we just
Ellen,
got.
if you didn't get them, I can send them again because often we have times when we don't.
There are times. Let me just double check the date. It's taking a minute.
Check your spam folder.
You got a lot. No, not that. No, there's something that all of a sudden I have the same thing with Robin. Sometimes we get them, sometimes we don't.
Yeah.
I get a lot of emails I have to go through. So
sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you
exactly.
That's right.
Okay.
A number of years ago, you
29
had to
from Dennis.
go to my new email address. My Yahoo stopped taking all of Ellen's mail.
Okay, so we'll make sure you get those.
Okay. Thank you very much, guys. Have a good night.
Yes.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Not good.
Okay, everyone good to continue to the next one?
Yep.
Okay. And it is Capri Realty and Management LLC, 6 Spruce Lane, tax map R20 Lot 6. Applicants proposing new construction, technically already existing, of 2 condominium units, it's a conversion, it's a condo conversion.
Send me a private message.
So,
There's a bunch of that saying.
okay, who's chatting?
Hi.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was still on.
Oh, Dan, you're still on there.
Good night, you guys.
You can mute you. There you go. Perfect. Okay, so this is a continuation. Glenn, I see you have comments. Dennis, I'm guessing yes, but actually I see I have notes on an older sheet that you had from back in July. I don't know if you have an updated sheet.
August 17th.
Oh, you got new ones, August 17?
Yeah. Well, I
Okay.
just got the plans end of last week, so.
Oh, okay.
I do have comments.
Okay, all right. Well, before I go to comments, Mr. Pasco, you're here, you're representing yourself, I assume? Hello? Steve Pasco? Calling Mr. Pasco.
He's not on mute.
Well, he's just got his picture up on there, so, all right, well, we're going to continue.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh.
I'm talking.
Okay.
Okay.
Got it.
Can you hear me?
Can hear you.
Yes.
Yes, I can hear you
Okay.
now.
All right.
Is there anything you want to update us on before we get into comments and discussion?
No, I forwarded the information to Glenn as fast as I could get, including the soil scientist and the lot corners and everything completed. And I asked if there is anything else, and I was told that everything was in order. So I'll be welcoming your comments now.
Okay. All right. Glenn, why don't we start with you, and then we go to Dennis.
Certainly. So this is a continued public hearing for this proposal. The applicant supplied plans to the board after the deadline date of August 6th. I have reviewed the plans and the corrections requested as a result of the last public hearing, and they have been added to the plan, the revised plan. A wetland scientist prepared a delineation of the proper setback, and this information now appears on the plan set as well. In addition, a copy of this report was submitted to the planning board, the wetland report. My remaining request would be to add the waivers provided by the planning board at the July public hearing in the note section of the plan. I have also reviewed the revised condominium documents, and its required changes have been added. The revised plans and condo documents are attached to the memo that I sent to everyone. I made it a point to say that I didn't get this stuff by August 6th. And I know that the planning board voted on that, but I've gone rogue on this because we gave him quite a few things to do, and a couple of them were time intensive. And from my perspective, he has responded to those with a new plan that I find to be in order. So I'll leave my comments at that.
Okay, thank you. Dennis.
Yes. So my comments are similar to what I had submitted before, but was not sure if they were addressed. I did get a copy of the plan set. I didn't get anything else besides that, so I'll proceed with my review based on that. My previous comment number 3 was about the gravel driveway not being 20 feet off the property line. A waiver could be a reasonable request. And also my comment 12, which was about the drainage. And I know that Mr. Pasco talked about how the location of the driveway, doesn't impact the abutter, and because it's, I don't know, the location of it, it's the elevation of grade or whatever, and the snow and drainage doesn't impact the abutter. It doesn't show that on the plan, but it should be documented possibly in a waiver request, which is easy to do, and that's a check-off item. Second, setback lines are shown on the plan, and the soil scientist did provide a dimension. The dimension 65 feet. I didn't get any justification for the distance, but if justification was provided, then that's fine.
And a wetland report was prepared.
Okay, well, that's fine. I just didn't see it, and if you saw it and it's okay, then that covers that. Site-specific soil map waiver would be a reasonable request. Again, that's a checkoff item. State approval number.
I thought that was granted at the last meeting.
It could have been. I didn't have.
I believe the site-specific one was granted at the last one.
That's fine. Then that's not an issue. The sanitary waste disposal system, if that has a recent approval, perhaps the state number, approval number could be put on the plan. And at that point in time, my comment was from before was that the well protective radius goes over onto the abutter's property, and that an easement or a book and page for the well release form should be noted on the plan. And that's an easy check off item. I don't believe there was a waiver from that. The fence along the eastern line, I assume it's a fence. It encroaches from one property line, one property to the other. Perhaps just a note that says it's a fence, just to make clear that what it is. state subdivision is required, and there's a note that says it is pending, but once it gets approved, then that number should be put on the plan. Additional comments was that any of the waivers that were approved should be listed on the plan, which I didn't see any listed on the plan. And this wetland scientist certification statement should be signed and dated. So those are my comments. And again, those are checkoff items that can easily be addressed.
Okay, thank you, Dennis. Comments, questions from the board?
I'll say thank you for getting a much slicker, more professional looking condo docs done. It's I know it's almost all boilerplate, but it's
I just revised them myself, to be honest with you, and I sent them back for the blessing from the attorney.
yeah, it's there's one reference in there that makes a reference to having complied with the regulations of the city of Nashua, but other than that, that was the only one I found that.
In the most recent one?
Yeah, the most recent one.
I'll get it out of there.
That's, I wouldn't even worry. I mean, it's your document. I was surprised it doesn't need to be signed by the co-owner.
Okay. It will
No,
be,
there is
it's a restated document now, so it will be signed by the other owner.
Yeah, and there's a place for that other owner.
There is. We put it in there.
Yeah.
Okay. Other comments from board? Is there any public comment on this application? There appears none, so we will close public comment. What's the pleasure of the board then at this point?
May I just make it?
Sure.
So a couple things, Peter. The subdivision approval date and the approval number were not on the plan. I talked to Lavelle about that this evening. And the septic design was still not put on there, although I provided the information to him to put on the plan. So those two items can easily be put on. Both of those have approvals. So those can be added in. And let's see, there's one other.
Well release form, maybe?
The well release. So this well predates that rule. So this is pre-1989 when that rule was enacted. And that was the reason why Mr. Lavelle says it's not required to be on there, because the well predates that. Does that make sense?
Is that true, however, though, based on the fact that you're now essentially going through a subdivision process because of the condominium?
The well wasn't changed. I would leave that to your discretion. But
I understand. I'm just asking the question, and I don't know the answer. I'm just throwing it out there. I don't know if Dennis or Glenn know the answer to that.
Deafening silence.
Not a deafening silence completely. I did talk with someone at DES who said that there is an exemption for wells that were created before 1969. I mean 1989. But he wasn't able to answer the question about if there is an impact for a condominium development. His question was under the condominium, were there more units than there were before? And I told him no, it was 2 units before, it's 2 units after. But he didn't give me a definitive answer on that. He did, however, say there was an exemption for wells before 1989.
Okay.
in light of that, I would hope that the board would not hold that item, because getting a waiver or something from the neighbor is not going to be possible, in fact. So
that's what a well release form is. It's just a document that basically is used for any septic design or subdivision where the well radius goes over an abutting property. It's just a document that gets recorded.
but I'd be going to a neighbor, right? After the fact. This well's been there for all these years. So how would I get an easement if they didn't grant it?
You don't
Who's
need
granting
an
the
easement. You don't need an
Oh, I
easement
thought I
for a
heard
well
you.
release form.
Okay, I thought I heard something with regards to an easement earlier when you started.
You can either get an easement or a well release form, and obviously easements are not obtainable very easily. So that's why the state allows a well release form.
So you're saying I can get that form and just fill it out myself?
Talk to LaBelle. They do it all the time.
All right, so
septic-
it's,
Yeah.
all right, so it's still not defined whether that's required because nobody can answer that question, not on the board, but even at the state level. So I'm hoping we can grant some leniency with that one item. Yeah. The well does predate that 1989.
Are you trying not to do the well release form? Is that what you're saying?
Because I'm not comfortable. I'm not sure what's involved in that. Everything's an uphill battle with Lavelle. So if it was that easy, I would assume that he would have already said, "Here's the form. Here's a form. I'll fill it out." But he didn't offer that. He gave me the information that should eliminate that item, which is it predates 1989 when they put that rule into effect.
How much does the well overlap?
I don't know.
It's substantial.
More than 25 feet?
Yeah.
I would say yes. From my recollection of my mind's eye, it's more than 25 feet.
Well, for better or for worse, Mr. Pasco, whether it's an uphill battle with him or not, he is your engineer and you're paying him to do this.
Well, I can say that at the apartment house that my husband and I used to own, we had a new septic system plan done, and the state asked us to get a well radius form signed by every abutter. And there were a few of them, and one was a condominium. So we had to get all the condominium owners to sign. And I finally got it all signed. It did take some time. I got it all signed, and then the state granted approval without even seeing the forms. So we never sent.
I'm sorry. Can you just clarify for me, this form you're talking about for Mr. Pasco, he doesn't have to have an abutter sign it. That's just him agreeing that it's well released, he's aware it's on someone else's property, and he's releasing them from, so Mr. Pasco can just fill it out, sign it, and record it, and that'll be the end of it.
That's it.
No, Mr. Lavelle has to do the process. And again, I don't know what's involved in the process. And if it's the additional information from Lynn, what is the purpose of it? If the state doesn't even recognize the stuff or care, then why are we at a local level considering the circumstances and the fact that it's been there and it does predate that rule? Why would we hold that item up for further delaying my getting this approved?
Well, I can answer that probably. The well release form is protecting your well from any impact from a butter's use of the property. So if somebody was to put a horses or something else on that abutting property that would contaminate your well, then you would have action against them and possibly the town as well for approving this plan, saying, well, the well radius was okay with the town, and therefore, the town is going to be liable for any impacts to my well. Well, a well release form just releases the responsibility of the state and any abutter from any impacts to your well. And all it is a form that you can download from the state. The state, it's a standard form from the state. All you do is you fill it out and no comments really. It's just a statement and just sign your name and just have it recorded. That's all.
Why does Lavelle have to do it? Why does he have to do it if I'm?
He doesn't have to do it.
Okay.
You can download the form yourself and get it recorded. That's all. Okay. And that's all I was saying, that it could be on the plan is just a recorded document that releases the responsibility of any abutter or the town or the state from any impacts to your well.
They could be part of a conditional use, right? So, I mean, a conditional approval.
Could be, yeah, it's a checkoff item.
Yep. Okay. What else from the board? All right. What is the pleasure of the board then? It sounds as if most of these items are pretty much checklist items.
Right,
Sounds like they all are.
they are.
So if you're of a mind to do a conditional approval, you could do so with, again, referencing Dennis's and Glenn's comments. Dennis, did your comments include the well release form?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so that gets captured there.
I just have one question. Did the monuments get set?
Yes, they did.
Great.
Although the one on that side where the fence is doesn't say set on the plan. I caught that tonight. I'll have that corrected as well. But all corners of the lot are in.
Okay.
I'll try a motion. A motion based on Glenn and Dennis's comment sheets with conditional approval with the items on the comment sheets being met.
Okay, and those would be the comment sheets. Glenn's is dated August 15, 2020, and Dennis's is what date, Dennis?
August 17.
August 17. So those are the two reference points.
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Could we put a date on that though?
Second by Robin. Well, we can do that. A date for, you mean for the conditions to be met?
Yes.
Well, unless we say otherwise, it's what, 90 days?
90 days.
Yeah.
I'm guessing he's gonna do it a lot faster.
I bet he does.
I think he will get it done very quickly, but why don't we give him the 90 days just so?
Is Mr. Pasco, is 90 days sufficient?
I can have it done in a week or two. So my only question is it possible to get the consolidated punch list from Glenn? Because those lists have been pretty much wiped out, as Glenn commented earlier.
I will give you both. I will consolidate both Dennis's and mine because I only have one.
Okay.
But yes.
Okay.
Yes.
90 days is sufficient. Thank you.
Okay.
Will I be able to apply, get my final inspections during that time?
When you can show that the approvals are complete, you will be done with the planning board.
So you're
town
answering- you
No,
have-
I meant will this conditional, I
No.
can't get the building inspector in.
No, once you meet the conditions and we're able to sign the Mylar, at that point, you're then clear to do whatever you need to do.
Okay, if the conditions are met in one, and I get all them met, can I just provide the Mylar showing all the conditions
Yes.
being met? Okay,
Yes.
instead of doing 20 sheets, 20 copies again? Okay.
Yes.
It's
All
just,
right,
yeah,
that's fair.
the Mylar is just one.
One, yep, okay.
One
Alan
Mylar,
says four.
One Mylar, 4 copies.
Or 4 paper copies.
Okay.
All right, so-
And go, on the approval, you adding in all the things that Mr. Pasco has said that he's going to change?
Like the monumentation or?
Yeah.
It was the monumentation's on there, it was the septic approval that's not on there. And the subdivision approval need to be added in.
State subdivision. State subdivision.
State subdivision approval
Yeah.
number, yeah.
And the one bound needs to be shown as set that is showing not as set.
Exactly.
Right, yeah.
Yes.
And in Dennis's list, I believe, it may be Glenn's as well, any waivers need to be identified and marked on the plan as well.
Yes, and I will give you a list of the waivers that were granted at the last meeting.
Okay. Fair
But
enough.
that's already on everybody's sheet, right?
Correct.
Dennis's and Glenn's.
That's on both of them. Yep.
So it's just, are we adding in Mr. Pasco's changes to the motion as a condition?
Yes, those three.
Glenn, real quick, so the waivers that have been authorized, can you put those on that list that you're going to give me as well, so that I can?
Yes, I said I would just, I just said I would do that.
Okay.
I will give you this, I will give you the references and the
Okay.
info that was done at the last meeting.
Fair enough.
Okay, so we have the motion, we have the second. I'm sorry, who did the
It was
motion?
Richard and
Richard did the
Robin.
motion.
Richard and Robin?
Yeah, first and second.
Okay. All right. Anything further? All right, Ellen, would you please call the roll?
Yep. Glenn Kopelman,
Yes?
Lynn Merrill,
Yes.
Richard Wilson,
Yes.
Robin Duguay,
Yes.
thank you. Peter Coffin,
Yes.
and Ellen, yes. I was going to abstain because it was late, but I won't. I will say yes.
I'm sorry, Ellen, did you abstain?
No, I said I was going to abstain initially because the plan was received after the board voted conditional date, but I voted yes instead.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, so that's a unanimous vote, and thank you, Mr. Pasco, and we'll be awaiting Mylar for signing.
Okay, one quick question. At what point can I get that signed? If I have it mid next week, for example, what do I do? Do I get it to the
And it's in the
office?
planning board office. I check it over and then I contact Glenn and he comes in and signs it.
Okay, so I don't have to wait for
Pasco?
another meeting?
No, and Mr. Pasco, just so you'll know, if we have the plan approved, I mean, if we have the plan and Glenn has approved it as complete, we don't hold it up waiting for it to be registered or anything.
Okay,
So
all right,
let the
thank you.
inspectors know.
All right, thank you very much. Let's all get to bed.
Well, we're not done. We're not done yet.
All right,
If it's helpful to know, you still have a webcam on somewhere.
We appreciate the idea.
Okay. Well, I'm logging out. Thank you.
Have a good night.
Oh, he does, Robin.
Okay.
Yeah, you can go from the Dans to the Charlies.
All right, last but not least, Diamond Oaks Golf Club LLC, 7 Route 125, tax map R 3 lots 4 and 4, land unit 3. Application is for an amended plan seeking approval to construct 7 one-bedroom residential age-restricted condominium units for veterans with unfinished usable area of the upper second, within the unfinished usable area of the upper second floor of the existing clubhouse. That's the way the legal notice reads. This is a continuation of a previous hearing. We have comments from Dennis and from Glenn and from departments. And I guess let's just get the one item out of the way before we start reviewing the plan. And that was that at the last meeting, because the ZBA put the responsibility of making sure the condo docs were all clear, put that on the planning board. We wanted to make sure that the restriction to veterans was a legitimate thing to do. Mr. Cleary did the research and provided the board with a substantial response, and it appears that as long as you're not impacting another protected class, which this is not, that you can actually limit it to veterans, and so that appears to be okay. Now, and Mr. Cleary, you can certainly correct me if I stated it incorrectly or add to it if you wish, but that was my read of it.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, all right. And we have Mr. Zilch here also, and we have Mr. Dufresne somewhere in where he was.
Yep, he's right there.
Here.
Oh, there he is.
Second line.
There he is.
Yeah.
Okay, Glenn, I don't know if you had anything to add at this point before we start in.
Just that I repeated in my comments what you had said, but I had also said that the revised plan that had been sent in had addressed the comments that I had had when we first addressed it. So I have no additional comments.
Okay, all right. Dennis, before I ask you to do comments, I'm gonna ask Charlie if he would like to do any presentation or review for us.
At this point, I really don't have much more. Resubmitted plans back on July 6th, and that was in response to any outstanding comment letters that I had, and that included Dennis. The building inspector had a couple of comments. The fire department, whom we had met with, we addressed their concerns, I hope. And I had a couple of outstanding state comments. And since then, I've received all of our state approvals. We have our septic design approval. We have approval for state subdivision for the condo conversion, as well as the expansion for the water supply. So pending any other outstanding comments, as far as I know, the plan set should be pretty clean. And there is one waiver that we never did get to, and that was on the parking space allowance.
Oh, I was looking at some paperwork. Would you just restate that last comment, Charlie?
About the waiver?
Oh, for the parking?
Yeah, a couple of months ago when we met, there was some discussion in one of the regulations calls for 3 parking spaces per elderly unit. And I think it was 2 parking spaces are required for a 1-bedroom unit. And so on kind of a roundhouse discussion, we decided that, well, let's at least supply the 2 parking spaces per the 1-bedroom unit in additional parking. So we added another couple of spaces for a total of 16 for the 7-bedroom units. And the board asked that I submit a waiver to the 3 parking spaces per unit requirement. So
We didn't vote on that waiver? I thought we voted on that.
Nope,
But we have the waiver request, yes?
you do, yes.
Okay. All right, so that's an open item for us.
Correct.
All right. Dennis, did you want to go through your comments?
Yeah, I submitted my comments July 23rd, and as typical, Charlie Zilch has addressed a lot of my previous comments. So my only comments are for bonding purposes. Article 904, 11, and 12 talk about the bond required for engineering inspections of the on-site improvements, and performance guarantee amount is required to be finalized prior to approval, and that the performance guarantee must be in place prior to construction on the site. And I had no further comments besides those 3 items.
Okay. All right. Charlie, did you get a copy of those?
Did not, but the previous comments that I had addressed, or the most recent?
The ones dated July 23rd that Dennis just referred to.
Yes, no, I didn't get those.
Okay. Well, we should get those to you.
Right. But as Dennis said, it was just basically bonding and just kind of the final items, no real plan items to address.
Okay. All right. As long as you're comfortable with what.
No, I'm fine with that.
Okay. All right. We have comments from, let's see, Health Department has no comments. And building inspector comments below. Let's see. It looks as though this might have gone to you already, Charlie, from Ellen, but from Robert Stewart, building inspector, saying that per item 23, the last page shows the outside views of the building. He wants to turn the corner 90 degrees to show what the entrance will look like. He sees 3 sides of the building. He wants to see the 4th side to show the accessibility and whether there is a roof over the door, panel to push to enter, etc. And then, is there anything from a previous approval that is an issue that now only 1/2 as many golf carts can be stored inside this building. Where are they going to be stored now? Question mark. And then Robert brought up an issue that the fire department had previously had about a gurney or other concern with getting someone injured out of the upstairs due to some of the corners and tight corridors and corners. He didn't know if you had gotten clearance from fire department on this.
Yeah, I can address a couple of those. I did meet with Robert briefly, and he expressed that I showed him the plans where where he could view where that door was, the entrance door that comes in off the parking lot. And he did ask that we add some sort of a little dormer roof over that to protect people coming in and out of the building from any rainwater coming off or snow coming off the roof above. So I said we'd gladly add that to it, which obviously didn't make it onto the July 6th plan, but that's something that can be conditioned. And then as far as accessibility within the building, we were given the size of the gurney, and we gave that information to the architect, and he incorporated that into all the hallway widths as well as the lifts and anywhere that they need to access the building. So they should be satisfied with that. And as far as the golf carts, we never did discuss that. That's a new comment to me.
Okay, is there any way we can get a response to that, or?
I think Mr. Dufresne could help.
Aren't the golf carts on the lower level, which isn't affected by this at all?
The golf carts are in the garage underneath 2 of the units, and there's plenty of room in there for the golf carts in the hallway and any lifts that are in there.
Well, the golf carts weren't up on the 2nd floor anyway, right?
Right, yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
No, I think Robert's issue before with the golf carts is they were in the pathway for a wheelchair to get to wherever they had to go. And then he saw that a bunch of them have been removed, and he questioned that they were going to stay removed. I don't know. I didn't look at the plan.
Oh, okay.
So that was how Robert talked to me about it, but I don't know his reference point.
Okay. All right.
Well, we don't typically deal with the interior like that for site review.
No.
That would be an issue that when they go for their occupancy permit, they're gonna have to show those clearances.
Right.
The golf carts that are on site right now are not being moved. There's plenty of room for the hallway, for the doors, for the exit. It's not an issue with the golf carts.
Okay. Glenn, did you want to discuss the wording on the variance, the ZBA variance?
I will. Glenn and I were discussing today that the actual wording for the ZBA allowance, and I can probably read it.
Well, I can read it if you want.
Yeah, I would have to go to email to read it.
Okay. We were just, so you guys know, we were just double checking the wording on the variance to make sure we were all good with it. And something just kind of popped out, and so the ZBA motion made and seconded to grant the variance to the 300-foot setback, with the conditions being the occupancy is restricted to veterans 55 and over as condominiums that must be ADA compliant. The intent is for the planning board to work out the details for the condominium docks as noted in the motion. And the motion was made by Mr. Greenbaum, seconded by Mr. Coffin, and it was a unanimous vote. The little piece here that was interesting is that the occupancy is restricted to veterans. Maybe Peter can talk about how the ZBA discussed this, but if you're restricting occupancy to veterans, does that mean that a veteran can be there but can't have a non-veteran with them? I don't know.
That's an interesting question.
Because in the condo docs it says that
very clear that there can be non-veterans in the units.
Right. Right, but the motion does not read that way. So we just needed to get that clarified.
Yeah, I know that there was a lot of discussion. They wanted to get that in there, to make sure that it was designed for veterans. I think the wording was probably a little awkward. It didn't allow for, a married couple, for example, to be in there if the spouse wasn't a veteran. And quite frankly, I think the intent was that the units would be either leased or occupied by primarily, the primary person would be a veteran. I don't think it was to restrict it to single veterans. So
Problem is, Peter, the minutes don't seem to reflect that discussion.
yeah, they don't. No, it's
Not only the vote, but the minutes above it
right.
don't mention that at all.
Right. And I think the rather abbreviated minutes, there was a significant, I think you may have talked to Ellie about this, but there's significant discussion about that. And they
Well, there was previously, but not at this particular hearing when this particular vote was taken. Remember, the vote was to deny it, and then you re-voted it. And so there wasn't an awful lot of additional discussion that particular day. And I double checked to make sure that the minutes hadn't been amended and that we were just looking at the draft ones, but the minutes were accepted as written. So we did look into it to see if maybe it was something, but it isn't in that particular hearing.
Yeah, no, it was sort of almost an afterthought. I mean, Larry had put it together, and based on the, was this the case where we rejected the first time and then it came back on one meeting and it came back for a vote? And
Well, there were two votes on September 12th.
Yeah.
One didn't get a majority of yeses on all 5 of the criteria.
Right.
It was one of the variance criteria that it failed to do that.
Yeah, and then I moved it to deny.
It was done again, and it
passed, right?
Successfully was granted the variance.
Right.
Yeah, I did double check the next minutes to see if somebody corrected that motion, and it was accepted as presented. So there wasn't I checked just in case there was a change, and it wasn't reflected in those minutes, but there wasn't a change.
I think the intent has to be that one person's a veteran and allows for a wife or a husband that was not, because
right. Well,
you would really be restricting your, clients if you said both of them have to be veterans in the case of a married couple.
But does the planning board have the ability to interpret the ZBA's intent?
And I just said that's what I think the intent was one veteran.
Do we legally get to interpret?
Yeah. The way these were presented to us on the ZBA was that they were basically single room, single person apartments. So I don't think we were thinking in terms of either families. Obviously, families would have to be everybody's got to be over 55. So, in one sense, we're saying every occupant has to be 55 or over. So, but since we also said in that motion that the occupants have to be veterans, you could theoretically imply that or infer from that we meant both occupants if there were 2. I think the general presentation was that they were single person apartments, quite frankly. And I don't even think we thought about spouses.
These units aren't like the other place in town that we had all the problem that had multi-bedrooms. So they were bringing in or letting kids stay there and everything else. These are typically single bedroom apartments. So
yeah, I was looking at the condo docs to see how the enforcement would be for that, you know, how we, for example, King's Landing, they certify it every year. The condo association certifies the age requirements every year that everybody's living there.
The condo docs for this, those, I mean, specifically talk about the possibility, even though you might have thought that there was only one resident per unit.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Seem to recognize that there could be more than one person per unit.
Right. Restricted on sales.
The
Shall be
veteran-
leased or sold only to veterans, it says in the condo docs of a branch of the United States Military Service shall run with the property and be enforceable by declarant or the town of Kingston. So, and the other thing, just while we're on this document, like at this page, I noticed that I don't think we have the clause in there that requires it to go to the planning board, an amendment of the declaration needing to go to the Kingston Planning Board. So that would have to be amended.
Lynn, did you have something?
Well, the only thing I have to say is that the veteran restricted housing that I'm familiar with and that I refer veterans to does allow spouses, and because this particular area is not age restricted, they do allow families. However, I don't know of any family that has ever taken advantage of the program. It's always been just one veteran, and I think there's one couple. And so I think in this particular program, there were 10 units.
No,
And I think like 7 of them were single people and a couple of them were spouses. But definitely the veteran restricted housing there does indeed allow people other than veterans to occupy the property, as long as the veteran is there and the veteran owns the property. And that's right with the VA in conjunction with New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority.
Yep.
I don't think the issue is whether or not it could be an approved use. I think the question is whether or not the planning board gets to reinterpret the ZBA's intent, or whether someone just has to say, could you just clarify whether you really mean it can only be occupied by veterans, or was that, did you misspeak? And I don't know if that even, does that have, I wouldn't even, I don't know say how they do it. But.
Well, what is the procedure to get a clarification from the zoning board, for the planning board to get a clarification from the zoning board?
I mean.
And do we need one?
And
if we're supposed to just go by the language, then we don't have to get a clarification. The condo docs would have to go along with their approval, but I think my personal opinion would be that's ridiculous, but it's what it says. And can we change what a ZBA's motion actually clearly states in the language? I don't know that we can. I don't know that.
No, but can we ask them to take a revote to clarify their opinion?
I would think that that could be done, but I don't know that. I mean,
Yeah, Glenn Greenwood, I guess that question goes to you as far as procedures. Maybe Glenn Cobble.
Thank you. Now, I don't work with ZBAs. I think that the planning board can ask them their intent. But if our request is we're asking you your intent because your statement is one of
restricted
sort of definitiveness that it's the occupancy has to be by veterans, then the tacit request is, are you going to change that? And I don't think they can change it without renoticing. I don't think they can change. I don't think you can change one of your votes without renoticing a hearing to do such.
Well, and if we ask them that,
that's a question for the ZBA's attorney.
Well, if we ask them that question and they and they agree that their intent was to restrict it to veterans, period, then the condo docs should be corrected to reflect that.
I'll go back to my question. Do we have to ask them, or can we assume that it was one veteran, one spouse?
Well, then you get into the question of what's the maximum occupancy for a one, bedroom house, apartment. I mean, do we have that? And
I don't know that it's for us to make that judgment call, but I don't know.
Could I ask a question, Mr. Chairman?
Mr.
Please.
Cleary,
Do we think the town of Kingston would ever enforce the veterans condition in that way where it would deny a non-veteran spouse to live with his or her veteran spouse? It doesn't seem like
Reasonable.
the town would ever go down that road.
probably not.
I think we're arguing something we don't need to argue.
It should be easy enough to just have the ZBA tell us that then.
Well, what if they may not have thought it through. I don't think they can redefine what they thought.
I don't either.
Mhm.
I make a motion, we send a letter to the zoning board of adjustment requesting them to clarify their rule, the intent behind the ruling.
Okay. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second that if it's not inappropriate.
Motion by Lynn, second by Peter Coffin. Further
You want me to-
discussion?
Do you want me to say the variance instead of the ruling?
Yes, please.
Discussion? Glenn,
I
you're
think
shaking
we're
your
going-
head.
I think we're going down the wrong road.
Okay.
That's my end of discussion.
Glenn, you are shaking your head. Do you want to weigh in on that?
I mean, I think that the language from the ZBA is fairly clear. I mean, I think it's very clear. They say occupancy is restricted to veterans. Whether they intended to say that or not, I didn't attend the hearings. I don't know. But for someone reading that, it's a fairly straightforward decision by the ZBA. Occupancy is restricted to veterans. That doesn't say occupancy is restricted to a veteran and a non-veteran spouse. It says occupancy is restricted to veterans.
Yeah, because
But I don't see what asking the ZBA accomplishes for us, because if they say their intent was that, well, maybe then the board feels more comfortable with what's reflected in the condominium documents then.
Well, except that doesn't reflect what the strict reading of that motion is.
No, it does not.
So I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay.
Because at this point, it seems that the planning board's only option is to ask that the condo docs be rewritten to reflect the conditions set in the motion by the ZBA.
Right.
So does that then fall on the applicant to do something different if they don't want to pursue that restriction?
Well,
Based
let me ask
on-
Charlie Zilch, because you were there when the presentations were made and when the representative from the veterans housing group was there. But did you get the impression that this is designed for single veterans? I mean, because we start adding the word spouse, and then you get into the whole Fair Housing Act and whether, because you can't discriminate by marital status. So, would a partner of a veteran who wasn't married be disqualified when a spouse wasn't? And so is it your impression that this is meant for single occupancy?
My impression was that this was intended for both. It was intended for a single veteran as well as a married couple, a veteran couple.
And that's how the condo docs read.
That's why we designed two car spaces for each unit to accommodate that.
For visitors too.
Yeah.
And that's why the condo docs are written the way they are.
So would it be up to the applicant to get clarification from the ZBA and provide that to the planning board? If it's not up to the planning board to ask the question?
Well, what's an interesting question, and that might be the way to go, is that when the motion was made,
Well, because Glenn is now saying that it's very clear how you read it, that it specifically says occupancy by veterans.
right,
And that's what the planning board has to read. So
right.
the applicant, knowing that that's how the planning board has to read it, would it be the applicant who asked for the ZBA to clarify it?
It could be. One of the problems was is that when the motion was made, there wasn't an objection from the applicant to that wording.
Well, as with most of this stuff, the devil's in the details. And,
Yeah.
Glenn?
Richard,
Yes.
did you say something?
No,
Oh, somebody did.
I was thinking something.
Oh, I'll bet you were.
I think if I was sitting there as an applicant, I wouldn't have objected to that because I wouldn't have taken it like that. I would have thought a veteran with a spouse. I mean, and I think this is probably where the pen is, misled the situation, but.
All right.
Aren't most 55 and older, as long as one of the occupant is 55 or older? It's still.
No, that's why I brought that up. Is because most of those 55 or older specifically state that each occupant has to be. When there's an exception, it's written in there, and
The federal law says that 20% of all 55 and older developments, condo or any development, can be under the age of 55. Towns can be more restrictive.
yes, and often that's written that way. So
I guess that would be my take going through ZBA when they put the restriction of veteran only. My assumption was that there's going to be some allowance for a spouse to be a non-veteran. Some were going to be singly occupied and some were going to be married couples. I don't know. At that time, I didn't think there was a need for that, any further definition than that. I just assumed.
The initial discussion was just to have owner, and then the ZBA clarified occupied.
Was that the discussion in the minutes?
That was the earlier discussion. They talked about it and they wanted to clarify that it had to be occupied.
I'll tell you but why that was changed to the occupied was because we were concerned back when we were talking about rental units or whatever, that I would purchase, for example, a unit and then lease it to someone who might not be qualified. So I would be, as an over 55 veteran, allowed to own the unit, but without the restriction of saying the people to whom it was leased or rented or otherwise occupying it, could be
I'm just saying that
young couple.
The subject of couples did not come up during that.
No, it did not. No, quite frankly, when we went to the discussion, I think I can't speak for the rest of the board, but I was certainly under the impression that these were small units designed for one person.
Well, I've got a question. We've been talking about this 30 minutes and gotten nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
Is this the only thing we're hung up on? I mean, can we approve it based on both of them being veterans and then they can reapply to change that?
I don't think we can change what the ZBA voted.
That's what I'm
So
saying.
he's saying vote it.
Prove it.
Everyone has to be a veteran.
Veterans.
In which case we need to have we would need new condo docs. So that could be a condition.
We need amendments to the condo docs.
You'd have to have new condo docs.
We need to make some kind of decision because we've talked forever.
Right, we're chasing our tail.
Yeah.
On behalf of the applicant, that's fine. I can't see either the town or the applicant enforcing the document in such a way that it interferes with someone's marriage rights. So it doesn't really matter in the long run how you draft it. The way is fine with us.
You know, and I don't think in the case of a married couple, the veteran spouse dies, that would mean the other spouse would have to get kicked out of the apartment for not qualifying as a veteran.
It would be the former spouse that would cause that battle.
I thought the condo docs actually said something about that.
I missed it if they did.
I can modify them as a condition of approval.
All right, going back to Richard's question, are there any other outstanding items or is that it?
Don't they need a waiver for parking?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah,
we
the
do.
answer to that is yes.
That's right. We do need that. And I don't have that written waiver in front of me, so if somebody does, we could deal with. Did we invoke jurisdiction way back when?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Chairman, would you like me to read that waiver into the record?
Sure.
Okay.
You have it.
I do, and it was submitted with the May 21st reapplication.
Okay.
So it's in your record somewhere. Yep. Dear members of the board, please accept this letter as a formal request to waive the Town of Kingston's site plan regulation 904.15 requiring 3 parking spaces per dwelling unit for elderly housing. This is an application seeking approval to construct 7 one-bedroom veteran elderly condominiums. The proposed parking lot supports 2 spaces per unit with 2 additional visitor spaces for a total of 16. This meets the requirements for a 1-bedroom unit, but not as an elderly unit. Should there be any additional need for parking, the adjacent parking area that supports the golf course and the indoor sports building is available for the condominium as well. There's no restriction for parking there as well.
I make a motion, we grant the waiver.
Second.
All right. Motion by Lynn, second by, was it Richard?
Yes.
To grant the waiver. I'm assuming based on the justification provided by the applicant?
Yes.
Based on the justification provided by the applicant and the fact that I do not believe that we enforce that in other elderly housing in town.
Okay. Any further discussion?
I'm sorry, you want the motion to say and you don't believe it's enforced?
No, no, that was
just a comment.
That was editorial.
That's a comment. Because I believe if you look at Kingston Pines, there's 1 parking spot, I think, or maybe 2, but there's not 3 for everybody.
Okay, Ellen, could you call the roll on that one, please?
Sure. Glenn Kopelman,
Yes.
Lynn Merrill,
Yes.
Richard Wilson,
Yes.
Robin Duguay,
Yes.
Peter Coffin,
Yes.
Ellen Fox.
Was that unanimous, Ellen?
Yep.
Okay.
Can we just verify that we did in fact invoke jurisdiction? I can't find it.
Motion to invoke jurisdiction on this project. We'll cover it.
Mr. Cleary, you thought we did already.
I thought you did way back.
Yeah.
Way back
I'll tell you,
when.
my memory is not that good and I don't have the notes in front of me, so.
It's just my memory. I don't have it in front of me either.
I went back to February and I couldn't find it.
All right, well, unless someone can prove otherwise, then we better do that.
Make a motion, we grant jurisdiction.
All right, motion by Lynn. I'll take Richard as the second. We probably we shouldn't have done the waiver request until we had done the jurisdiction, but whatever.
Good.
Ellen, could you call the roll, please?
Sure. Glenn Kopelman,
Yes.
Lynn Merrill,
Yes.
Richard Wilson,
Yes.
Robin Duguay,
Yes.
Peter Coffin,
Yes.
and Ellen. Yes. Okay.
Did you vote, Ellen?
I did, and I said yes.
Okay, so that's unanimous. All right, so that makes that legal. Okay. All right, so I started this part of our discussion asking if there were any outstanding items, and somebody identified the waiver, of course, which we've now done. We've done jurisdiction. Anything else regarding the plans that?
Well, not the plans. I think the condo docs still need the, any changes need to go to the Kingston Planning Board for approval. That standard item that comes up every time.
Right. Well, I would assume that whoever's going to make a motion will capture that in the motion.
Okay.
And well, I don't want to phrase the motion, but somehow we have to deal with the inconsistency between the straight read of the variance motion and the wording in the condo docs. So
I thought Mr. Cleary was going to change the condo docs to comply with the straight reading of the ZBA.
right, but any motion of ours should reflect that.
Yeah.
So can the motion be to approve based on the condo documents being corrected?
Being revised to meet
Being revised?
the variance decision.
So I'll make that motion.
You know, that means that they're going to put in that it's just for veterans.
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure, Richard, because I knew that had been.
Oh, I agree with Mr. Clary that I don't think anybody's going to enforce that.
But the other thing is, if we voted, then they get started, and they have a good deal of time from when they break ground until they can begin selling these and occupying them. So they have time to go back to the zoning board of adjustment and ask for an adjustment.
That's for clarification.
Which I'm fine with, but in the meantime, we're going to vote to accept condo docs that we don't expect anyone to enforce. Is that right?
No, we're voting to adopt condo documents that reflect the decision of the ZBA.
Yes.
Right.
Okay.
And all the
It's not
other
up to us
comments made by individuals about what the town might or might not do is not what we're voting on.
That's correct, because that's all hearsay.
I mean, Mr. Cleary has his opinion, Mr. Wilson has his opinion, but that is not, we're not voting on their opinions. Okay, just so we're clear.
And certainly there's a severability clause in there. If somebody challenges that particular part, that it could get changed just by a challenge.
Right. Okay, so Richard, you made the motion, yes?
Yes.
And that was conditioned upon adjusting or correcting the condo docs to reflect the motion made by the ZBA for the variance, and also to include the clause. What's the clause about the
changes to the condo docs need Kingston Planning Board approval?
Right.
And do we want to say anything about Robert's comments about wanting a roof over the entry or that sort of thing?
Yeah, that could be a condition that it'll show a shed dormer above that door.
All right, I'll add that to the motion.
Hang on a minute.
And that was a
Building inspector comment.
Dennis may have something else to add. He's waving his hand.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, I just had brought up about the performance guarantee that's in your regulations. So if you want to talk about that or ignore it, that's fine.
This isn't working for me. I have people all adding things, and everybody give me a motion on what you want all the conditions of approval to be, one at a time, because I'm getting, and it's not working. So I have the condo docs being amended regarding only being occupied by veterans. We're supposed to add in something.
Add in that amendments to the condo documents require Kingston Planning Board approval.
Thank you. We have the
Add in
roof
the shed
being added
dormer.
to the plan. Yep, the dormer roof. Or door added to plan.
Then I think
There's
Dennis.
something from Dennis.
And then and then the performance agreement.
About what?
And performance guarantee.
Thank you. What do you want done with that? Approved, placed?
It's up to the board. It's in your regulations, so it's up to you to come up with a number, and it has to be finalized prior to approval, and it must be in place prior to construction. That's what your regulations say. So unless you want to ignore that, it's up to the board.
No, it needs to be there. One other thing I think needs to be added is that there'll be no occupancy permits until all units are complete. So they don't try to occupy them one at a time and have construction going on and everything else.
You're including that as part of the motion, Richard?
Yes.
So no occupancy permits until all units are complete? Is that what you want to say?
Yes.
Is the board in a position to establish the performance agreement cost right now?
My guess would be no.
No, I think that we usually pass that off on Dennis and Charlie in this case, Charlie Zilch.
Charlie to work that out.
Yeah. There was 3 things. You had 10, 11, and 12 was the performance bond and 2 performance guarantees. Dennis.
Really only 2 things. One is the bond for review for inspections, and the other is the performance guarantee, the amount and that it has to be in place prior to construction. So there's really only 2 things.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Am I adding in bond for inspections?
Yep. Those are the 3. Those are the comments that Dennis had.
In
Inspection
place,
bond.
approved, determined, what do you want done with that?
The regulation says that we have to have the first one in place. So if we're going to have Dennis work on that, then that means we're not going to finalize this approval until September 1st.
I guess that would be correct.
If you want, Charlie and I can work on the numbers and be able to have that. You can have that as a condition, and then it'll be a checkoff item when the final plans are provided. Just a thought.
Are folks good with that?
Yes.
Yep.
Glenn, any issues?
No.
So that can stay the same way it was originally presented.
Yes.
Okay. What do we do with the bond for inspections? That's just a sentence, or do you need it done, approved? What do you want done with that?
That will also be worked out between Charlie and Dennis.
Okay, does it need to just have the number, or what do you're just putting bond for inspections?
Needs to be established, I would say.
Established and agreed upon or whatever.
Yeah.
So they have to put up the bond prior to approval?
Prior to construction.
Prior to construction.
Is it a bond just for erosion control and restoration?
We'll be talking about that, but I assume it would be not only that, but also, you got tree plantings, you've got, other things about the parking area, the slopes, the grades. There'll be an inspection thing on that. Not a lot, but, certainly we can work out something that's reasonable.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Well, there's quite a long list there, Ellen.
So far.
Yeah. Anything else? All right. So
Alan,
once
was there
again,
anything else you were adding other than the roof? I think that was it, wasn't it? It was just that little roof.
That was it. I'll have
the roof and the waiver.
That was granted. I'll note that the latest septic design approval number, I'll add that to the plan, but I mean, those are, I don't know if those need to be conditioned. I'm just gonna do it.
You guys want it or not? You put it on the last one. You want waivers added to the plan?
Yes. And any state approval should be on there as well.
Yep.
Okay. Anything else? So the motion was by Richard, and he's accepted all of those additions. And the second was by, did we have a second?
I didn't think you would, maybe, no, I don't think so.
Maybe not. I thought we
I'll
did.
second it.
All right.
Who said
Second.
that?
Hi, it's Peter.
Peter, thank you.
All right. If there's nothing further, I'm going to ask for the roll call. Joe, the time frame, unless you ask for something more, it's going to be 90 days, applicant, to meet the conditions.
Fine with me.
Problem with that?
90 days is good?
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Glenn Kopelman,
Yes?
Lynn Merrill?
Yes.
Said yes. Lynn?
Yes.
Thanks. Robin Duguay,
Yes.
Richard Wilson,
Yes.
Peter Coffin,
Yes.
and Ellen. No.
What was the tally, Ellen?
5-1.
5 in favor, 1 opposed. Okay, so motion carries. All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you and have a nice evening.
Thank
You
you.
as well. Okay. Gosh.
Tuesday.
Richard, I know you've got a couple of things, but I don't have any other correspondence in my folder except for
Few auto things, right?
we talked about the budget already. There were the
I don't know if Jim wants to sign off, but he's still on. Jim DeFreeze is still on if he wants to sign off or not.
Well, he probably wants to enjoy the rest of the meeting.
He's gone.
Okay. All right, so we talked about the budget. We'll deal with that at our next meeting. Oh, and then we had the auto inspection and retail vehicle sales things. So is there anything beyond that, Ellen or Glenn, for correspondence?
I'm sorry, I'm removing Mr. Pasco.
Not formally.
Okay, all right. So let's, how about the minutes from June 30th?
Oh, yeah, I didn't read those.
Blake, I'm sorry. I was trying to remove Mr. Pasco from the screen, just in case. What did you decide to do about the dealer plate?
We haven't yet.
Oh, okay.
I was just trying to get a sense for how much correspondence we had to go through here.
Oh, okay.
And then I went right from that to minutes.
Ah, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Are we ready to review or to vote
Well,
on
if no one's going to make a motion, I'm going to table them.
Okay.
Looks like we're tabling them to September 1st. Okay. All right. So the dealer license stuff is for AJA Auto Repair LLC, and they are at
They're at 52,125.
52,125, and they
which is
are
the Jay's. That's the Jay's auto site that the board approved new construction building on in, was it late 2018 or early 2019? One of the two.
Yeah.
Recently.
Yeah.
The one that they just are in the midst of construction or just about finishing construction, I think.
I think it's-
Paving.
Yeah, I think it's, they look, from my inspection, they look like they're using it.
Yeah.
All right, and
Scott Barker was the applicant. He was the owner.
Correct.
and they
Dennis was
already,
the engineer on that one. Yay. And so so the request is, one of them is moving, I'm presuming, from the existing red building that's on site to the newly constructed building. And one of the applications says the business is moving 50 feet to a new building. I'm presuming that the second one is going into the old building. And Ellen's
says
shaking her
no.
head and saying no.
Not from what the fire department's been telling me. They're both going into the same.
So they're
building.
both going into the new building?
That's what,
I mean, it's
that's
a
what
big
they've been
building.
saying.
It's a very big building.
I haven't looked at it, but they keep telling me there are two businesses in the building, which has caused some issues while they were building it. So I think they're both going in.
okay, so here's the comments that they've put onto this. The AJA Auto Repair says that this is an existing business. They are moving to a new building 50 feet from the original building.
Right.
And then there is Nationwide Recovery Services at the same address, and their comment says this is an existing business. They are moving to a new building 50 feet from the original building. So the comment on both of them is the same. And they are both listed as 52 Route 125.
What's the second business's name, Glenn? I'm sorry.
Nationwide Recovery Services.
Thank you.
Repo.
Yeah, that was what the impound lot was for on that.
Yeah.
And they're the ones asking for the transporter plate, correct?
That is correct. And the AJA Auto Repair is asking for auto inspection and retail vehicle dealer.
So
That's pretty much what they had beforehand.
yeah, I mean, I think the uses are appropriate. My only comment is driving by, it appears, well, when I drove by, there were 6 vehicles parked on the 125 side of the fence.
Right.
Which I don't think we wanted to see.
No.
Right.
Could someone just contact them and let them know that their site is not in compliance, and rather than deny them completely?
I think if we tell them that we want those 4 or 5 or 6 trucks moved, they're going to move them.
Well, because the last time they came in for plates, they weren't in compliance, and the board wrote down that we were going to issue the plates this time, but the next time you come in, if you're not in compliance, we're not going to issue you plates. And I would rather tell them to come into compliance rather than return it to the state as no, and give them the chance to come into compliance to be able to sign the paperwork. But that's just.
Sounds good to me.
So then what can you tell me what you're suggesting, Ellen? Are you suggesting that we sign off on these and pass them to the selectmen with?
No, I say we hold on to them until September 1st.
Oh.
But I'll send them a letter stating they need to move everything inside the fencing.
Got it.
Or we will not sign the permit.
Got it. Okay. All right. So if everyone,
could I just say that I would also expand on that and just make sure that they're in compliance with the site plan that was approved. Because the site plan was not just for the building, it was for parking areas and stormwater. So I think that just my comment here is just to make sure that they're in compliance with the site plan.
Well, it seemed like they were parking appropriately, the vehicles that they have for sale there. They have them in what is apparently the display areas on the plan.
Dennis, have you had a chance to look at the property to see if stormwater management has been?
I did originally when they were first building, putting the building up, and they were, everything was built according to plan as far as the drainage is concerned. It's just that the grass wasn't growing And I don't know if they've done the fence in the right location. There was some other things about the parking that needed to be done, like a catch basin had to be put in. That was stuff that was going to be done. I just don't know if it's completed at this time. I certainly can go and do another inspection on it, but I just haven't been asked to go. And I assume they were still under construction. If they're asking for something from the planning board, I'd like to think that they would be in a position that they're in compliance with their site plan, with everything that was proposed in the site plan.
Should we authorize Dennis to do that?
We have a chat.
I think that you basically said to inspect it as needed, but I haven't been called by the owner to say that he's done. So, I mean, I don't want to stop in there every week and check on things without.
Why don't we have
to say
that in his letter?
Yeah, so I mean, I certainly can stop in the next week or so and check things off and get a report back to you. So that's obviously something I can do. But if they haven't finished their site plan, then
They're asking for occupancy permits, I think.
Yeah, and so I would think that you'd want to make sure that everything's done according to the site plan, no matter who drew up the plan.
So let's let Glenn add that in his letter, that they need the final inspection on all the site plan.
Perfectly happy to do that.
Okay.
So should it be in the letter, or can Dennis?
Yeah, I will include that in the letter.
Put in the letter.
Given the state of mail delivery these days, I wouldn't hold off on that letter.
Okay, let's not go there.
Well,
I'll
seriously, I mean,
I'll send it out on Thursday, Peter. But I'll call them
this time,
as well.
yeah.
I'll call them as well so that they'll be
that's
anticipating
the
it.
thing to do. So
Mail early, mail often.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
FYI, I just happened to be picking up around here as I was listening, and I did find where we did indeed invoke jurisdiction for Granite Fields back on March 3rd.
Oh, my God. Well, thank you. Okay. Well, twice is better than none at all, I guess.
Absolutely.
Update.
Oh,
The other comment, now for the record, is that 4 of the people that we talked to tonight are not coming back.
yes, that's a
We're
very
all
good.
done. And Rob Healy is done for now, so not bad.
We only continued one
Yeah.
hearing. So, okay.
To a new date.
We're not done yet.
No, Richard has to talk.
Richard has two things from the selectmen's meeting. So Richard, go.
VFW came in last night, the commander, with 2 people that want to put a food truck on the lot. They want to put it on the back part of the front lot. And he told us several times that he had read all of our ordinances and there was nothing in there at all that stopped him from putting a food truck there. And that he has all the state permits, he has everything health-wise and all that. And I told him that I would check with the planning board because I knew other sites in town had added something as simple as a hot dog cart that had to come down because they didn't have the right approvals. And I just basically need to know what this board wants, whether you want more out of them or not. And if you do, I think we need to write something about food trucks in the future because they are becoming the future.
Well, it's not just food trucks, Richard. It's the general concept of commercial site approval and what is on that site, what gets approved for that site. And so
he felt like a food truck is a temporary thing, that it's not a permanent fixture.
It's not on the site plan.
We have been consistent in the past. We had a taco food truck who wanted to come into the old Bayberry Variety location that was told they had to do a site plan. We had a food cart of some kind, hot dog maybe, at Rick's that we said they were going to need an amended site plan.
We had a hot dog stand across from Carriage Town Plaza.
I mean, it might just need an amended site plan, but That's what we have traditionally done in the past.
But is there a site plan on that site?
Well, just because it's not a site plan, that just means they can't have an expedited one.
I need to know what to tell him.
Well,
I didn't think you could do an expedited if you didn't have a site plan
No,
on file.
That means they'd have to have a regular one.
the chances are that there is not a site plan on file for that, which would mean a fairly significant effort.
That's what I thought. And I just want to make sure of that thought before I talk to him again tomorrow.
Yeah.
Actually, I told him Thursday because I'm going to be out of town tomorrow.
You know, there's also the selectmen have the control of hawkers and peddlers licenses, and
we talked about that and we didn't think it fell under that.
okay, well, maybe not. And I think, you know, if it's something like a vendor of some kind that's going to be moving around and sort of itinerant, and that's and maybe going to you know, one place for a day, another place somewhere else.
That would be hawkers and peddlers is what.
Right, but this sounds like it's intended to be at that spot for some period of time.
Right.
Yeah, which then sort of goes into the whole site issue.
And they jumped the gun because they've already turned into the state. That address is their official site.
Yep.
Their address is their commercial kitchen, which they have to have a food truck.
Yep.
You know, they have spent a lot of time on this, you know, and it sounds like they didn't do the simple part first. Well, not simple, but the part they should have done first.
Does anyone on the board feel that differently, or does anyone feel that they don't need site plan review for this?
I think we have to be consistent with what we've done up to this point. And I know there have been at least one, if not two, that we've asked to do the same thing, at least in the last year.
Mhm.
In the meantime, I would gladly take a look at what other, I know, neighboring towns have done to allow for food trucks to establish,
Sure.
you know, business there. Because I do think, to Richard's point, that this is not going to go away. And if there's a less sort of involved, cumbersome process for something that we should consider, I'm happy to take a look at that.
I will speak on behalf of restaurant owners everywhere, that if I have to meet all the requirements, I don't want a food truck coming into town, taking away my business. I'm just saying, we can't make it too easy. That's not fair.
True.
I'm just saying, for
Robin,
restaurants in town.
Robin, if you want to take a look at that and then, you know, bring it back to us to talk about it, that'd be great.
Okay.
Okay. Next thing is the golf course. The three houses there, they covered one foundation. They've got one house where it doesn't go. We got a letter, which I think, Glenn, I don't know if you saw a copy of it or if you just knew he was on the agenda, but he's coming in, I think, at the next meeting. They want to try to finish the houses and be done. And we're basically saying no, that you have to go to the planning board to amend your site plan to show the house where it is. And you have to get all your drainage right and all the stuff that's wrong with your site straightened out.
Right. I mean, the bottom line is that what's the name of that development?
Oxbridge.
Oxbridge. The bottom line is that they've been trying for the last couple of years to do something differently than the approved plan. When we keep telling them they need to come in for an amendment to that plan, or they can build to the current approval. I mean, it's their choice.
I just want to make
Dennis
sure
has
they
his
did the
hand
right
up.
thing. And they've had dig safe there to mark everything up like they're getting ready to start altering.
Go ahead, Dennis.
So last week I got a call from Jim Dufresne saying that he was proceeding with scheduling construction work. And I told him that it would need to comply with the approved plan or go back to the planning board. And he says, no, what we're going to do is according to plan. So he says he had contacted and hired Mark Vines to start to do some of the drainage work on Mulligan Way. And Mark Vines actually contacted me today saying that he was going to start to do the work on Thursday for me to be available to go down and check it out to make sure that he was doing it according to plan. Jim Dufresne said he would be there when the work was being done and further discuss what the next step would be to try to come into compliance with the approved plan. So it sounds to me like Jim Dufresne is taking the ball and running with it as far as trying to get the work done that needs to be done in order to get to make it compliant with the approved plan. He didn't indicate to me that he was coming back to the planning board. He did say that if there were any minor changes that needed engineering things that could be modified on site, that is maybe within reason as far as the site plan is concerned, that he said that Charlie Zilch would be available to come up with a shop drawing that might be necessary that fulfills the intent of the initial plan, the approved plan. But that puts a little bit of a burden on me being able to say that that's okay, or no, it's not okay, you got to go back to the planning board. So
there's definitely one house where it doesn't go.
Well, yeah, but they're not going to build that. There's no way that's going to.
It's already framed.
Well,
it's there.
Well, the ones that are framed and built, those are fine. They just have to comply with the rules and regulations.
There's one house there that is on a lot where it doesn't go. First one in. Should have been across the street. They tore down the one across the street, which was right, hoping that we would allow the other one to stay.
I haven't been there recently, but the houses that are there are
Been there for
basically
2 years.
the same location, the ones that are under construction, but they have to fix the drainage on those lots before they proceed.
Okay, well, my main thing was just to make sure I said the right thing, that it had to come back to the planning board.
You did.
That the selectmen had no power at all to do anything with it.
No, the judge was very nice in his decision and very clear.
Yeah, and so all I'm telling you is what their intent is, and that they've asked me to come down to do inspections, and the inspections would be based on the work that they were doing that would be in compliance with the plan that was approved. So
Dennis,
I've got.
Before you go on Thursday, can we confirm that there's money in an account to pay you?
I believe you can confirm that, but he said there was.
Yeah.
He said there was. So I don't know if there is or not, but I'm just going by what he says.
I would confirm it because what I understand is that he traded lots to get the work done because he has no money to pay them.
Okay.
And some of his accounts that he had before have been used for some of the fees for veterans. So I don't know what the balance is anymore. So we just need to confirm that there's money in that account.
That's something that would be in the selectmen's office. I would.
The finance office would have it.
Finance.
Yeah.
Cindy would have it.
So I'd just like to say two things. One is where they were going to build the house where they didn't build it, they cannot put it back there because the deeds for those two people that sit behind them make it very clear that the house cannot go in front of them.
Right.
So it cannot be returned there. I've actually read the deeds. And the second
We
thing,
have copies of it in the office.
yeah. So the other thing is the house that at one time had tieback on the outside and looked pretty bad is looking worse. The tieback has blown off. It's really looking worse. And I have the house at 2 Mulligan Way for sale. And 7 people so far have said we're not buying because of that house across the street, which is also deteriorating the value of the properties of the people that are living there. So if we can find if we can find some kind of resolution somewhere, that would be great because it would help
Well, Richard said he'd buy it.
I'll give you 100,000, no questions asked.
Well, it's on the market for $459,900.
But I'm not 55, so
Oh, yeah, right. Okay.
not.
You can
All
be
right.
older than 55.
I'm 64.
So far, that gentleman they can't sell their house because nobody will buy it with the house across the street looking like it looks.
And that's part of the reason we need a performance bond on the veterans place.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Dennis, obviously you're in the middle of this. You know the situation. You've been in the weeds on this for years. So we'll trust that you will guide this along.
Do the best I can.
Yep. Okay, that is the last thing on my list. Does anyone have anything else? All right. Well then, without objection, I will call us adjourned at 11:05 p.m.
Oh, wait, did you talk about the September 29th hearing you want to add?
Oh.
No, we did not.
Too late, you're adjourned.
I'm not accepting your adjournment.
Forget that I said the adjournment thing.
Don't make this long, Glenn.
No. We're expecting an application for which we did a design review last month for a very large project on Route 125. It really, we've talked about this and at least Glenn and I have, and feel that it's a significant enough project and application that it really deserves its own night for a hearing. And so the applicant agreed that we have a fifth Tuesday in September, which is the 29th, I believe.
It is the 29th.
Yeah. So that is the night that we will probably do that. And
but they have to apply and they have not yet.
Did you give them a date by which they had to apply?
I think I said Thursday.
This week?
Mm-hmm.
In any case, this is just an FYI to you. We don't have the application yet, but that's what the applicant has indicated they would want to do. And if this does happen, in fact, we will do our best to do an in-person meeting for it, because to try to do that thing on Zoom is yes, Ellen?
Except I thought that Lynn said the last meeting that was done for the design review, she got comments from people that they preferred it on Zoom.
Really?
Because they could see the plan and interact better and.
Okay.
If the one thing that people said was that they could see the plan and they could see it really well. And therefore, if we do it in person, I know this is like beating a dead horse, but it would be really
We're
nice.
about to do that though.
If we could do that. If we could put it on the screen, have them come with the computer and put it on the screen, because it would be huge. It would, I mean, that's the one thing they talked about, was they could really see the plan and and when they went through with the cursor, they could see what they were talking about.
Because I've got to tell you, not to belabor this issue, but it is patently unfair for us to hold an actual hearing and tell abutters they have to respond through the chat function, but the design team gets to talk with the planning board person to person.
Why don't you let them talk?
We would have to open up the meeting to allow everybody to converse.
I think you should. I think that's easier. People aren't going to give you 6,000 comments.
We can't do it the other way. Someone will leave their home and come down with a gun.
Oh,
we can't do that.
But we won't be there.
I'll meet them at the door with a gun.
I don't. You can mute them and unmute them when you invite them to speak. So I think you should do that
let us do some more thinking about that then. Maybe doing the Zoom thing with a modified approach to taking comment would be workable. So
the other thing that the modified approach would help with is the repetition. Because we had many on the chat, we had the same question again and again and again and again.
Right.
So this way that would help with that. But I still think in person would be better if it's possible. And obviously the town hall would be too small.
Yeah, it would have to be over at the school.
Yeah.
Does that then set a precedent that all subsequent meetings need to be in person?
No.
No.
I won't be there. She'll have to set it up for Zoom. I won't go.
There'll be a lot of people that won't go because it's in person,
I know.
Right. and that's not
Honestly,
fair.
as we're getting to the end of September.
Well, that's the other thing is that, and we did talk about this too, that if we do end up doing it in person, that there would have to be a Zoom option because a lot of people are not going to be comfortable going into a space.
And that doesn't work from the town hall. I don't know if it works from the school. Adam's in the other room who works for the school on their video stuff, and he's in the other room who just said it does not work that way at the school.
Yeah, then it's really got to be Zoom.
Well, then maybe that's what it will be. And Glenn, you can work that out.
Thank you, Glenn.
Plus, there's a good chance the school would not be available if it's, if we're still in a if they're still closed to students and staff because they're closed until mid-October, where they're going to review their online learning versus modified online.
Right.
So they're not going to open up the facilities to allow a large group of people to come in and contaminate the school. So I don't think that necessarily is a very reliable option.
Just an FYI, my husband who works at Mass General has been told he's going to be working at home through next June.
Mm-hmm.
Next to what?
Next to June.
June, he'll be working from home. And my son just got a notice from his work that he'll be working at home through January. Just what's going on.
Well, I mean.
All right, well, have we done all the talk we can about that?
Oh, I'm sure we could do more.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Is there anything else?
Are they going to hire veterans?
Oh my God.
All right. I'm going to redo that motion for adjournment without objection at 11 p.m. We are adjourned.
At 11?
11:11.
11:11.
11:11. Okay.
Make a wish.
Richard, did you see what time it was? It's 11:11.
All right. Have a wonderful evening. What's left of it.
Thank you.
Night.